Hello and welcome back to the third chapter of the series What If Naruto? Gaara's First Love. If you not watched the part 1 and second, I request to watch the part 1 and second. Link given in description. I humble request you to please support us. Subscribe the channel to reach 500 subscriber as soon as possible. Like and comment for this amazing content and share with your friends and family. In previous episode, we've seen Gaara connect with a courtesan who understands him like no one else. But how does this story conclude? What lessons does Gaara learn about love, trust, and vulnerability? Let's start this video. As when you plunge, head first, into ice-cold water and emerge, gasping for air, fighting for life, our handsome prince found himself near drowning, on the brink of consciousness. Slowly, steadily, he began to breathe easy. There was something weightless, something free about his current being that he could not understand. As though what had been tying him to the ground had suddenly set him free. All his emotions came tumbling in at once, with relentless ambition, each one vying to be felt the most. Anger, happiness, sadness, grief, relief, all crept up and leapt on him with such ferocity that it was enough to send anyone to tears. But Gaara did not let the heat of emotion get to him, for he could hear something calming, something like a cool breeze upon his brow, slowing down his thoughts, giving him peace. He heard her singing, welcoming him home. I am your undoubting follower. Teach me, Gaara, how it is to love you. I? The Hokage opened his eyes, and glanced around to find himself stood on the balcony of his bedroom. Feeling came rushing back into his fingertips, and suddenly, he could feel the hard stone of the balcony beneath his feet, the gentle breeze of the desert on his neck, and the warmth of hearing birdsong. He felt strong, alive, ready to not let go of her. Gaara? He heard an innocent and hopeful voice call out to him. Stepping between the white drapes that lead to his room, the Hokage entered and came upon a sight that brought back that storm of emotions. There, sat upright and looking straight at him, was that doe-eyed beauty he had left on earth. Where have you been, Gaara? I asked sweetly, standing from the bed. I have been so alone. Gaara walked up to her swiftly and embraced her. She rested against his chest. A round teardrop fell from the tip of her nose. I am here now, The girl watched as a tear fell onto her hand that clutched onto the red fabric of Gaara's shirt. She looked up at him. For how long? Forever. I woke with a start as the bells of the temple in the village square began to chime with a low and thick-sounding gong. She put a hand to her face and wiped her eyes quickly before remembering the conversation she had just had. She looked urgently around her, parted the drapes that surrounded her bed, and looked around her room. Nothing. She leaned against one of the posts of her bed and sighed. Had he been a dream? Birdsong drifted in through her open window, and I looked out onto daybreak. With a quick glance at the clock in her room, she sighed before standing, to ready herself for prayers. Gaara was never a very talkative child, nor was he keen to express himself as he grew older. He remained in constant, unnerving silence. It was enough to drive anyone mad. How are you? What are you thinking? All questions that went unanswered, for he was never willing to give a response. So what did Temari know of her younger brother? At the end of it all, what had he been to her? He was no longer a monster, that was clear. He no longer frightened her. In fact, he took orders from her. He listened to her and learned to understand that her seniority to him meant something. It meant she knew better than him at times. But what did she know of Gaara? For the first time in her life, Temari was doubting herself. She was fearful of something that was not her brother. It was not even that she was wrong or lying. She was not scared of being to blame. But what she was terrified of was remaining in the unknown. Was Gaara really dead? She had seen it in the girl's eyes. I had slinked out of Gaara's room as though all the life had been forced out of her. The dancer had to be practically dragged from the balcony when they had found her. Temari and Kankuro stood with bated breath as they watched the delicate girl and waited. They knew AI could tell them of Gaara's fate. How could they explain this belief? How could anyone? It just was. And so, when AI turned to them with that cold, blank stare, both were struck in the same manner as when a crisp cold air bites at your lungs. For a moment, you cannot quite fathom that something so delicate cold hurts you, and eventually you become numb to it. you become accustomed to the icy breeze. As Temari sat in the living room that belonged to the Kazekage's family, curled up on the sofa, holding onto an empty clay mug, she wiped away a straying tear. Gaara was gone. She had seen it for herself in the broken glass of a photograph she had placed on her bedside table. She thought of AI. That girl knew as little of the world as her brother did. Gaara was naive and alien to most things, including people. It shocked all in the household when Temari and Kankuro had found the two of them together. Well, seeing Gaara with a girl, that was not shocking. Temari had seen the way village girls would throw themselves at the tactless and unaware Kazekage. No, what had shocked her most was the way he would look at AI. He was so full of love for that girl. And what had Temari done other than torn the two apart? What use was it now to think about it? AI had not been seen for days. Temari-sama? As though her thoughts were a premonition, the blonde shinobi looked to the door of the living room to see AI stood in a pale blue dress, a light pink veil with a gold trim on her head, looking as though she had stepped out of heaven and back onto the earth. The dancer had her long dark hair over one shoulder and was holding on to the cream-colored lamp that had become symbolic of her attachment to Gaara. Upon seeing AI's face, Temari wiped another tear away quickly and gestured to the fireplace in the room. The living room was a less ornate room than most in the palace. As part of the Kazekage's family quarters, it was only visited by the three siblings and occasionally their peers. Now, the room held vigil for its lost prince. Candles lined every inch of the far wall. Along the mantelpiece, small tea lights and lanterns, much like AI's, were lined up in respect for Gaara's absence. Hundreds of lights, from villagers, from the Kazekage's council, from overseas friends, were overseeing a little shrine for Gaara's safe return. All that could be heard was the light crackle of the fire, and the chiming of jewelry, as AI placed her lantern amidst all the others. AI turned back to the room, and looked at Temari, whose face was red and swollen with grief. Slowly, as AI tilted her head at the girl in sympathy, Temari began to gasp and nod her head and beckon AI over hurriedly. The dancer obliged and knelt in front of the shinobi to embrace her. Blonde strands of hair obscured AI's view as Gaara's sister wept. "Thank you," Temari whispered eventually. AI, confused by this, raised an eyebrow at Temari as she moved away. "For being here," Temari explained. "Gaara was right. You are calming as the moon." AI smiled softly. "I would not, forever." The girl jumped to her feet. Her arms went limp at her sides as she stared towards the door, as though she had seen a ghost. "AI?" Temari asked, wiping her eyes. "What is it?" But AI was already shaking her head in disbelief. The small chain of diamonds in her hair was threatening to fall out of place as her veil fell from her head. "Are you okay?" AI was walking silently towards the doors, which had closed behind her when she entered the room. "What's wrong, Temari?" From another doorway, leading to his bedroom, Kankuro entered upon hearing Temari talking to someone. As he looked around, he found an odd sight. His sister was sitting on the sofa, staring at AI, who walked slowly towards the doors of the living room, her heavy veil dragging on the floor, looking as though she had seen the impossible. This could only mean one thing. Kankuro's face became solemn. "AI, can you hear him?" But the dancer seemed undisturbed by Kankuro's question. AI reached the heavy, wooden doors of the living room and shook her head. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. She placed both her hands softly on the large gold door handles and, with little strength, pushed the doors open. A frightful and wicked wind flew into the room. In less than a second, Temari stood before her. The deadly kunoichi held her fan unfurled as she twirled it against the deadly breeze that had entered and shattered the lanterns behind them. Kankuro, kunai in hand, stood beside them, waiting for someone to enter. After a few moments, AI, who had ducked and held her hands above her head, lowered them slowly, as the thing they were all waiting for did not happen. "What was that?" Temari asked slowly, as her eyes adjusted to the change in light. The wind had tipped over most of the lanterns in the vigil, plunging the room into an eerie glow. "I have no idea," Kankuro responded, replacing his kunai back into the fabric of his robes. "AI?" The girl turned suddenly away from the doors to look back at the vigil. With wide eyes, AI pointed to the direction of the mantelpiece. The two Sand siblings followed her gaze, past the tipped-over and shattered shards of unlucky lanterns, through the now-dark lights that had been blown out by the breeze, and up to the only remaining light in the room. There, amidst the darkness, AI's lantern remained lit. "Does it mean?" Temari asked quietly, not wanting to get her hopes up. She looked down to AI, who remained silent, mystified by what was happening. A heartbeat silence passed. "Go," AI whispered suddenly. Temari looked up at Kankuro, who seemed to be eyeing the dancer with scrutiny. "Kankuro," her brother looked over to her. "Gather reinforcements, let's move out." After a moment's hesitation, Kankuro nodded, kissed AI on the forehead and ran from the room. Temari did the same, leaving our heroine staring after them. A hawk came with a message not long after Temari and Kankuro's departure. The Kazekage was saved from sure death by an elder of the village. AI's ears began to ring as she listened through a locked door into the council's meeting. A lump formed in her throat. Her eyes began to burn as the whispers in the room began to turn into shouts of relief, of joy. She even heard one or two of the elders let out a gasp that sounded close to a sob. "He shall return by noon." AI tilted her head back to rest against the door. She practically slid down to the floor in relief. "Prepare the village for his welcome." The girl with the pink veil took to her feet and ran through the palace as though in some dream. Her heart was light, and her soul felt free. He was coming. Gaara was coming back to her. If it had been hard to catch a glimpse of the moon since the Kazekage's capture, it was certainly not as difficult as this. Megumi had been searching for AI for over an hour now. She had wandered through the palace gardens and searched through all the temples, but AI was nowhere to be found. Preparations for the Kazekage's return had been well underway since mid-morning, and AI was needed for all sorts of preparation. There was to be a funeral at noon when Gaara returned, and a festival in the evening to celebrate. Paper lanterns on strings were already being hoisted up and strung between buildings. The colors of bubblegum pink, mint green, and lemon yellow were streaming from house to house. Villagers were jubilant, and all of a sudden hungry. Trays of food were being passed around with warm smiles and embraces for all. Flowers, all the shades of red and orange that this desert village had to offer, were placed outside of homes, in fountains, in girls' hair. There was music and laughter in the air for the first time in so long. You could hear folk songs being sung in doorways, the clinking of glasses, and chimes of temple bells. Even the sun seemed to shine more, and heat up the earth until the sand shone bronze and bright. Children ran from house to house, spreading the news, urging their grandmothers to make them sweets only brought out for special occasions. There was an air about Sunagakure that filled its inhabitants with courage and happiness. And, as Megumi spied a pink veil vanish out of sight around a corner, it seemed one of the most important members of Suna was not so keen to join in the festivities. "AI," Megumi announced as she entered the tower in which AI had hidden herself away. "The temple bells are calling you," she explained as she came to find AI sitting on a windowsill, looking down at the village. Colors are raining in the streets. The village is set to rejoice. The flutes play out in the square. The girls are all twirling for you. Megumi stopped mid-twirl. She smiled affectionately, proudly, at her student, and eyes began to burn a little. "Silly girl," Megumi said, as AI wiped her eyes on her veil. "Why are you locked away crying?" AI released her veil, so it hung from her head, and licked the floor. It curled around the glass lantern. "Be sure your tears do not douse your lamp." As she spoke, AI leant down and picked up the lantern. She peered into it as though to see him there. "I am afraid, Megumi-sama," she said quietly. "No power on earth could put out this flame." Megumi laughed and clapped her hands as though to ready AI for work. The young girl looked up, a little startled. "Your beloved Kazekage is returning," Megumi said, sounding as though she couldn't understand AI's somber mood. But she understood it. Any woman who has ever loved will remember the feeling that comes with the end of waiting. "I wish I could be young again," the elder courtesan laughed a little, "to remember this feeling." "What is it like, my darling AI, to be so in love?" AI looked over at her and smiled a little. "It is all I am," she said, How unusual. This songbird was usually full of melody, and today, the day she should be ready to sing, it seemed she had lost her voice. Then why are you hiding yourself away? Megumi asked. AI shrugged and looked out of the window. I thought I could see better from here. You won't go down? Her teacher urged her. Perhaps he will not want to see me, AI said quietly, finally voicing her fears. Perhaps he will have forgotten me. Megumi rolled her eyes in an overdramatic fashion. Perhaps Rajan himself will materialize and slap you to save my wristy ache. As her teacher approached her, AI tried to hide her forehead, but Megumi was too quick for her, and rapped on it with her knuckles. Perhaps your Kazekage is coming, but only to glance at the moon. Megumi pushed aside AI's hair from her face, and began to speak in a forgotten tongue. He loves you. We all knew it, even before Gaara did. Now please come down, so we could all hear him say it. AI smiled and embraced her teacher. Ready? Megumi asked AI as she stood before all the women of the tea house, who resided at the palace. One moment, from the back of the gathered crowd of dancers, who all stood in the main courtyard of the palace, a young dancer ran forwards and held up AI's lantern before the crowd. In case you lose your way, the crowd giggled around AI as she blushed and smiled in thanks. Taking the lantern from the girl, who fell back into place, AI stood before Megumi, at the head of the crowd, and nodded. Ready, she said, and began to follow her teacher out of the courtyard. The courtesans, all dressed in colors of pinks, greens, and yellows to match the paper lanterns in the village, had prepared trays of sweets for the festivities. Each girl carried some treasure in a tray as the procession headed out of the palace. Dressed in a pale green, the color of Gaara's eyes, a trim of pink and white on her veil, AI held only her lantern as she led the girls out into the desert village. Up went the parasols to shade them from the sun as they entered the village square. Orange-colored umbrellas with a lace trim gave shade to every girl as they met with the other townspeople, who smiled at them with warmth and excitement. Calls of the girls' resemblance to the sweets in their trays echoed from the back of the slowly expanding crowd. Children ran out of their homes, dragging their elders to joining the festivities. Young girls of the village threw rose petals and confetti into the air as their mothers sang or scolded them for wasting the petals until the Kazekage were home. Shouts of jubilance echoed in the village square as, for the first time in a long time, the courtesans stood side by side with the villagers. Perhaps it was a new beginning, Megumi thought as she glanced around, finding it odd that she was exchanging smiles with village women her own age. Or perhaps, she thought as she looked down to the unnaturally quiet AI, it was her doing. That girl was never one to follow rules, and now, she led them out, side by side with the rest of the village. The elder smiled as her eyes welled up. What a truly spectacular day this was going to be. Beside her, AI could not help but feel entirely different. What should she say to Gaara when they meet? Should she even greet him? His council members will surely greet him first, but then why should she greet him at all? They were no more than acquaintances in the public eye, weren't they? She had been so wrapped up in her own feelings that now, at the thought of facing him, she was terrified. She glanced around nervously, and could barely smile when people recognized her, and waved or called to her with affectionate nicknames. Her stomach was in knots. This was too much. Her grip was tightening on the handle of her lantern, which in the middle of the day was pointless. She must look a fool dash. There they are. AI's heart jumped into her throat. She looked through the crowd to see, coming fast upon the horizon, a crowd of shinobi walking steadily towards the village. The ceremonial conch shell was hoisted into the air by a palace official, and its call of celebration echoed throughout the desert. The courtesans, who were set to greet the Kazekage in the middle of the crowd, were led by villagers with shouts of encouragement and cheering. Thousands of people gathered at the gates of Sunagakure, and AI's nervousness left her for a moment, as she saw grown men wiping their eyes with relief at Gaara's return. She laughed as she saw them, and was caught off guard when Miko grabbed her by the wrist and shook her to get AI's attention. "He's here! He's here!" Miko shouted and moved forwards with the rest of the girls. She did not notice AI simply stand still and let the crowd move around her. AI became swallowed by the surrounding crowd until she felt like an insignificant blur in the background. AI turned slowly to face the palace and, hoping to remain unnoticed, began to make her way back. What had she been thinking? Was this even real? Her thoughts of doubt were interrupted as she noticed the crowd fall silent. In fact, they began to move away from her. They were making a clear path to the palace for the Hokage. AI moved between them and blended into the crowd. She could even see Megumi looking around for her as the procession began to enter through the gate to the village. AI kept her gaze downwards, not wanting to draw attention to herself, feeling perfectly hidden among the crowd. She looked up for a moment to glance pink hair walk past. AI looked through the crowd to see Sakura, the Konoha ninja, walking beside a coffin with a heavy heart. Gaara-sama! A shout of relief came from the crowd as the Hokage began to follow after the coffin. AI lowered her gaze again, hoping to go unnoticed. Why had she worn this color? Amidst the villagers, all dressed in the colors of the desert, reds and earthy tones, she looked like a forgotten gemstone. Perhaps she could just move a little further towards the back? The Hokage walked side by side with his brother and closest friend, holding on to them for support as his body was still weak from death. The sun was near blinding, and the crowd looked like a blur of reds and browns. He could hear cheering, girls calling out, squealing his name in that horrible way he never thought he would miss. But he did miss it. He longed to see his people again, to hoist the flag of his village against a red desert sun and stand together with his comrades. But there was something, he considered, as he saw the back of her darting between colorful banners, blending in with the pastel-colored confetti, that he longed to see much more than anything else. Naruto, he said softly, with what little energy he had. Upon hearing Gaara speak, Naruto glanced over to him and saw that look of determination in the Hokage's eyes. Gently, Naruto let go of Gaara and Kankuro, who had already known what his brother was going to say. Let Gaara take his first step alone. As he did so, the crowd quieted a little and parted for the Hokage to walk alone. The girl he was chasing after was darting between villagers, hiding among the colors, wanting to go unseen. The difficulty AI was unaware of was that Gaara could see no one else. She suddenly became aware that the villagers were moving away from her. She looked around to find eyes already on her, watching her with a small smile. What dash? AI? The world stopped. She closed her eyes and took a breath. Was this real? As she opened her eyes, she noticed the crowd around her disperse, so she could be plainly seen by all. The girl in mint green turned slowly to face him, lowered her head, and bowed slowly. Gaara gasped upon seeing her sweet face, and laughed softly when she bowed. You bow to me? Gaara asked teasingly. How could this girl think he were the one to be worshipped? He shook his head as she stood and, after a moment, their eyes met. AI opened her mouth to speak, but no words came to her. How can you possibly bow to me? Gaara asked. Your name took my last breath. AI could not speak. She was paralyzed by the sight of him. He stood so broad, so strong and achingly handsome, that there were no words to describe what she was feeling. The Hokage put a finger beneath her chin and tilted her head to him. Do you know why? He came in close and whispered, watching her eyes glisten over, her cheeks blush. Because I have memorized you, AI. You have become poetry. I have memorized you until you are the sound of my heartbeat. The girl smiled a little at him in a way that made all pain obsolete. Gaara took a step away from her to look at her properly, standing there, shy of him, aware that all eyes were on them. I have often asked myself what was my reason for living. The Hokage announced to a crowd in which all were near tearful. Now I know. It was to live just a few moments in the beauty of your grace. And I immediately put a hand on Gaara's shoulder to stop him bowing. Many elders shared her reaction and gasped at this unorthodox display. A Kage bowing to a courtesan. Those who knew the pair, Gaara's siblings and Megumi included, actually found it quite funny. Gaara was still mid-bow when AI tried to push him to stand straight, but to him, her strength was nothing. As a tear fell from Gaara's eyes and darkened the sand between them, the Hokage stood, pushed her hand away from him effortlessly and, holding onto her wrist, brought her in close. I love you. He gasped and kissed her forehead. I am no longer incomplete, AI. because I called you mine even before I understood what that meant. Gaara took her face in his hands and rested his forehead against Ai's. I have memorized you, so you will remain in every moment with me, Inori no Yona, like a prayer. The crowd was cheering. Confetti caught the breeze that twirled around the village. But in this moment, there only stood Gaara and his love. Ai held out a hand to Naruto, who looked shocked at being called to them. He approached with caution, and was surprised when the girl simply struck her ring finger against a kunai that was tied to his jacket. She raised her finger up to Gaara's forehead, where her name met his skin. "Death cannot part us, Gaara," she murmured softly, never letting her eyes leave his. She wiped her finger across the kanji on his forehead, letting her blood trickle down his skin. "I am in love with you." Midday passed Gaara by in moments, still tired and aching from death. The funeral of his savior and first meal went by unnoticed and uneventful. Ai was unable to be with him at the funeral, for her teacher was leading the prayers and required the girl's assistance. And at lunch Gaara had sat with his council to discuss what had happened during his absence. The young Kazekage, still desperate to relax a little, to talk with Naruto and spend time with Ai, was impatient with those around him. His elder siblings and council members did not let him out of their sight, saying that it was best he remain in their company until he felt strong enough to be on his own. In a way, Gaara was glad for it. As much as he tried to be strong, as much as he put on a brave face, he was exhausted and withered from his experiences. Every time Temari turned away from him, he would look up at her, hoping she would not leave his side. He had even, for the first time in his life, put his hand on top of hers when she stood from the table at lunch to stop her from leaving him. Kankuro, who had noticed these small changes in Gaara's behavior, almost teared up when Gaara asked him to stay after lunch and have tea. "Sure, little brother," Kankuro had said with a small smile, fighting an urge to ruffle Gaara's hair. Gaara had changed. Death had changed him. She had changed him. He was no longer the bloodthirsty, human-hating, scream-inducing 13-year-old shinobi they had once known. He was learning of the value of others, of friendship, of sibling relationships. Gaara was learning to love. And it was heartbreakingly sweet to those who saw him bend down to pick up Temari's papers as they fell from her arms, or push Kankuro's bottle of sake away from him in a protective manner. Even the Kazekage noticed people treating him differently as he walked through the palace on his own. The smiles they had for him were genuine now, not out of fear or respect, but admiration and affection. It was enough to turn Gaara's cheeks the same color as his hair. The young girls in the palace would swoon as he glanced at them, and all in unison as he looked away in embarrassment. But he only craved the glance of one girl, and so he continued on his walk to see her. A message came by servant at lunch. Her cursive penmanship filled up a small piece of parchment like filigree and told him, as was tradition, that he must soothe his aching muscles in holy water. Nothing was unusual in that at all. In fact, it was common practice for the Kazekage after coming home from battle. Maids in the kitchens would be sent out to collect the water from the temples and the 6 houses to fill his bath. He would spend the evening soaking in the water and sunlight of the desert, taking care of his aching body, healing his wounds. Usually, the wife of the Kazekage would see to these arrangements and, following the events of the morning, no one questioned Ai as she took on that role. It was a strange and beautiful time in Sungakure. Gaara and Ai were spoken of in every household during the daytime. Talks of how pretty and delicate she was, of how strong and handsome the young Kazekage was, drifted through the air in the desert like the smell of jasmine flowers. The world had changed because of them. Their love, bright and bold, filled up the universe until he overcame death, until the courtesans, forced into keeping on the outskirts of society, were valued. The bloodlove had returned to Suna, and brought with it hope for a new future. As Gaara continued to walk to the palace baths, he could overhear folk song coming from the gardens as servants and courtesans readied decorations and food for the festival in the evening. He was so pleased to be home. The palace was ablaze with laughter and celebration in a way he had never seen before. But his body was tired from death, aching for warmth and sunlight, desperate for the feel of her, to rest in love's embrace. The Kazekage entered the palace baths, and was greeted by a swirl of colors, as women of the tea house bowed to him and ran past with broad smiles as they exited the baths to give him privacy. One girl, who he recognized as AI's friend, Miko, walked towards him and took from his shoulders his Kazekage robe to reveal his clothes beneath, a long white shirt and baggy white trousers, made of a thin cotton to keep him cool in the heat of the desert. Miko hung his robe and, without a word, only a smirk, she left the baths with the other women. Unsure of what to do, Gaara walked through cautiously to the room that housed the main bath. Unlike most people, who stare up at the glass-domed ceiling in awe, the Kazekage caught sight of the moon sitting on the edge of his bath. With her back to him, AI was kneeling at a small shrine on the other side of the pool, her head bowed in prayer. Upon hearing him enter, she turned and smiled at the sight of this handsome and strong prince, who was looking over to her with longing. AI stood from the shrine, her eyes sparkling with the reflection of the water in the bath. She wore a simple white dress that trailed along the floor, and only silver anklets. Gaara could just make out that she was holding on to a small pot made of red clay. It was clay ground from the same stone the statues of the gods are made out of in Sunagakure. The temple bells chimed in the distance. The soft singing of prayers could be heard throughout the palace as the two lovers looked at one another through the rising steam of the bath. The sun was beginning to set. The orangey-pink light reflected off the antique furnishings in the bathhouse, giving the room a golden glow. The lamps that lined the wall glittered and shone through the room, making the water in the bath sparkle. The glass dome towered impressively above them as it began to mist over, and the first evening stars were obscured from view. The incense and flowers that adorned the shrine let their fragrance float up between the wisps of steam and cling on, as beads of sweat, to Gaara's skin. The girl lifted her skirt and took the steps down into the bath, her dress becoming heavier as she descended into the water. The ends of her hair entered the water and felt like black clouds around her figure. Her white dress became sheer and clung to her curves, forcing Gaara to swallow hard and keep focused on the task at hand. With glowing skin, AI let her big blue eyes move slowly from the clay pot in her hands up to Gaara. He was caught off guard by the look of love and longing she had for him, but realized that her come-hither stare was calling him into the water with her. Gently, slowly, for he was still so tired, Gaara removed his shirt. He pulled the white cotton up over his head, lengthening his torso, as he gave his shirt a final tug before throwing it onto the floor beside him. His crimson waves of hair became ruffled as his shirt had glided over his figure, and Gaara shook his head gently to move his displaced hair from his eyes. Nothing would block his vision of her. The Kazekage entered the bath, feeling the welcome waves of hot water lapping at his aching muscles. As he approached her, so coolly, so defiantly, he kept his distance, aware that AI had to perform a ritual. His upbringing was so isolated from religion, his instincts always closer to sin, that he watched and waited for her instruction. They moved towards one another. Eventually the water came just above AI's elbows, just below Gaara's waist. AI dipped her fingertips into the clay pot, and Gaara peered at it curiously to see, gliding over her fingers, a liquid that swirled, shimmering against the red clay. "What is it?" Gaara asked quietly. AI felt the liquid slipping from her fingertips and looked up at him. "Oil, from the temple in the square." The steam in the room had formed little droplets on AI's skin, and Gaara watched hungrily as one trickled from her collarbone and down, between her breasts, before catching the material of her dress. "Let me anoint your forehead, Kazekage." She nodded at him to bow slightly, so she could reach up. Gaara obliged. "And then?" he asked as she extended her hand to his forehead. "Then I leave you to bathe," she whispered and swiped her fingertips across Gaara's forehead. Before she had time to blink, Gaara grabbed her hand as she lowered it from him, and with his other hand lashed out and struck the clay bowl from her grasp. "Gaara!" AI shouted and jumped as the bowl smashed against the marble wall behind her. But Gaara paid her no attention. He pulled her in by the wrist. "No prayer you can ever whisper will save you from me." The Kazekage growled at her. Mere inches from his face, AI tried to stand her ground, a stance which became increasingly difficult as Gaara placed her hand on his chest. She gestured with a nod back to the shrine. "Gaara, we have to." But the Kazekage pulled her in by the waist and hoisted her up to him. He leant in close, feeling her delicate frame in his embrace. His beautiful dark-rimmed eyes narrowed on her, begging her to give in. But still she kept her head bowed. "I want you," Gaara whispered. Finally AI looked up to him. His heart almost melted. There it was, that look. The same one she gave him the first time they had kissed. The look he was so desperate to understand. "Why do you look at me like that?" he asked as the steam spread all around them, shutting out the world, letting it just be the two of them in this moment. "Because I want you to." AI closed the distance between them, wrapped her legs around his waist, and pushed her lips against his. As her hands became lost in his hair, she let her tongue taste him a little. The Hokage gasped. "I can't believe I forgot how you feel," he whispered. In a moment, they took for breath. He was intrigued as AI narrowed her eyes on him and smiled mischievously. She dropped an arm from around him and pulled her dress off one shoulder. "Feel me," AI encouraged, and Gaara smiled before lowering himself to her shoulder and gliding his lips across her soft, dewy skin. AI moved forwards and put her lips against Gaara's neck as he worked his way down to her collarbone, his hand pulling her dress down further and cupping her breast. Gaara grunted in satisfaction as he grasped onto her full, supple flesh. She felt so soft and breakable. It was so intoxicating to Gaara, who smiled up at her and removed her dress from her other shoulder. AI's breasts bounced and dipped into the pool, and with his mouth watering for her, Gaara pulled her into his embrace, so her breasts were pushed up against his chest. Her hair licked his torso in the water, reminding him to pull at it gently as he kissed her. "Ah!" AI let out a delicate gasp as she felt him take a handful of her hair and pull slowly. Gaara's back hit the edge of the pool, but went unnoticed by the pair, as their motions became more frenzied, as they were suddenly desperate to be as close as possible. Her lips left his, and she clung to him, leaning back in pleasure as she let Gaara's hands explore her, before her lips found his again. The room was getting hotter, wetter. It was harder to breathe, harder to see anything but each other, to feel anything but the touch of wet fingertips. "AI." Gaara held AI close as someone called the girl's name from outside the bathhouse. AI looked around for a clock that hung on the wall, but there was no need. Bells chimed in the distance. She turned back to Gaara with an apologetic smile. "What is it?" he asked as she kissed him softly. "Time to go." "No." Gaara held on to her as she tried to break free of his embrace. "We have to prepare for the festival." As she said this, Gaara bowed his head and leaned against her chest. The world seemed silent and empty again as they broke apart. The Hokage left the bathhouse begrudgingly and told AI to join him before he left the palace for the festival. It was odd, but a part of their love was still a secret, still unknown to the world, so they kissed behind closed doors as they said goodbye. AI found herself stood outside of her comfort zone. Amidst council members, shinobi and politicians, she writhed with discomfort. She was stood behind Gaara, behind his siblings, in line with Baki, Gaara's teacher. It was a strange position for her to take, but then again, any position in this entourage was strange when occupied by a courtesan. Someone pushed open the palace gates, and the group began to walk out into the light of a setting desert sun. "AI?" The dancer looked up as Temari asked for her. The blonde shinobi looked over her shoulder and grabbed onto AI's hand, dragging her into line with herself and Kankuro. AI began to blush pink with nerves and excitement. She saw Gaara glance over his shoulder and smile at her. Dressed in a light shade of blue, AI checked her veil was pinned to her head properly as they descended into the village. As the collection of palace members entered the main square of Sunagakure, AI was numb to all the cheers for the Hokage, all the calls of her name, for she was swept up in the excitement of the village. Looking up, she could see colorful lanterns glittering and bobbing up and down in the cool night air. Her laughter at the sight of children taking more food than they could eat was swept up on a breeze that swirled around the village of sand, sending sparks from the lanterns up into the night. There was a magic in the air. Everyone could feel its intoxication as villagers and council members sat together and feasted and drank until they patted one another on the back for no reason other than celebration. AI. For the second time, the night a girl called out her name, and AI turned to watch Gaara being held captive in conversation with a diplomat and his daughter. Sakura, who had called out to her, approached from behind Gaara, who was giving AI a weary look. "Sakura!" AI exclaimed and bowed her head to the girl in greeting. Naruto. As he approached, AI leant forwards and kissed him on the cheek. Naruto, who had not been expecting it, and had been looking around at the village with a small smile, jumped upon feeling her affection. "Hey!" he shouted before realizing who it was, and lowering his voice. "Oh, air!" "Thank you, Naruto," the pretty girl said with a tilt of her head and a small smile. Naruto seemed paralyzed for a second, as those blue eyes of hers sparkled at him. Sakura jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow. "I said thank you, Naruto," the pink-haired kunoichi whispered urgently. "Don't mention it," he replied happily, throwing a hand behind his neck and rubbing it in embarrassment. A little way away, Gaara, who was nodding along with the diplomat's statements and keeping his arm out of the daughter's reach, gave a small smile as he saw what was unfolding near him. AI and Naruto were meeting, and they had greeted one another as if they knew each other. The Kazekage could see Naruto blushing under AI's glances, as though he were allergic to her attention. "Kazekage?" Matsuri put a hand on Gaara's shoulder, and he looked over to her. Poor thing, she looked so disheartened following Gaara's reunion with AI. He supposed that, to most people, it came as a bit of a shock. Hardly anyone had known of his relationship with the courtesan. "The elders wish to speak with you." Gaara glanced back to AI, who was laughing with Sakura, as Naruto tried to talk himself out of a hole he had dug. With a small sigh of regret, for Gaara wanted nothing more than to join their conversation, he turned back to Matsuri and nodded. As Gaara moved away, Megumi, the elder of the tea house, bowed to him. It was a little awkward, given their history, but Megumi was delighted to see the young Kazekage back in the village, and this put Gaara at ease. She beamed at him, let him pass, and continued on her walk to AI. The dancer spotted her sensei walking towards her, and bowed her head to Naruto and Sakura. "I am afraid I must take my leave, Naruto. I have to perform shortly. Perhaps afterwards we can discuss summoning techniques in detail, Sakura?" AI smiled at them both and moved away to greet her teacher. "Perform," Naruto whispered. "Naruto." Kakashi spoke his student's name as he approached the pair. "Have you not yet figured it out?" Sakura, who was pretending to know exactly what her teacher was talking about, looked up at him expectantly. Naruto looked like he was counting the clues on his hands until Kakashi put a hand on his head to stop him. "She is a courtesan." Sakura was taken aback. "You mean, she?" The pink-haired girl looked around to catch a glimpse of AI, so exquisite and dainty, sat in front of an elderly village woman, helping her to arrange a tray of flowers. How strange that someone who looked so much like an angel could actually be. "What's a courtesan?" Naruto asked, and Kakashi inwardly rolled his eyes, before bending down and whispering to the boy. Sakura watched with a small smile, as Naruto's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "You mean, she and Gaara?" Naruto pushed his index fingers together, and Sakura grimaced. "It is a little more complex than that, Naruto." She hit him gently on the back of the head. "It's an art form." "Which part?" Naruto tilted his head at her. Sakura and Kakashi did not know whether to hang their heads in embarrassment or laugh. "But, she loves him." "Well, that's clear to everyone." Sakura gestured around to everyone who were discussing the pair. "No, she said that death couldn't keep them apart." He muttered and watched AI pinch the cheek of a toddler in affection. "When?" Sakura asked. "When she cut her finger on my kunai. She said death cannot part us, Gaara." "I am in love with you," the boy stated. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Naruto," she was speaking in Jodai Nihongo, Old Japanese, "how did you?" But as Naruto became intrigued by the smell of ramen from a stand nearby and Sakura was intrigued by glittering crystal flowers being sold by a merchant. "So the boy does not know the dead language?" a voice said from behind Kakashi. The shinobi turned to see a man with dark hair and a handsome face approach him with ease. It was not obvious, but it looked as though the man had shinobi guarding him on either side. In fact, to Kakashi's trained eye, he could see this man was of noble rank, for there were guards dressed in royal garb all over the place. "No, he does not," Kakashi responded, trying to figure the man out. "Forgive me," the stranger said with a small smile. "I am Prince Nobutara." So Kakashi was right. He was a royal. Dressed in robes of white and gold, he certainly looked the part. "Kakashi of Konoha," the shinobi bowed, and a wave of recollection passed over the prince's face. "Konoha's white fawn," he explained, and Kakashi nodded courteously. "I have a great interest in language," the prince said. "How is it the boy could understand AI?" he inquired, and Kakashi looked pensive. There were only a handful of people who could understand the dead language. Kakashi knew one of them personally, Jiraiya, trained in language and literature for a while, and knew the dead language well. Apart from that, only creatures from other dimensions could. Kakashi's eyes narrowed on his student in the distance, gorging on ramen. "The Kyuubi, 9 tails," Kakashi muttered to himself. "Sorry?" the prince asked, but Kakashi shook his head. "I'm not sure, Your Highness." As the man spoke, bells chimed throughout the village, calling forth an audience to see the performance. "You should get a good seat," Nobutara said quietly. "She's quite the performer." The prince gestured to his guards, who stepped aside so he could move off. Kakashi frowned as he watched him go. The stage was set. A square of gray marble, lined with a border of cream lamps, stood impressively in the center of the village. Low seating was set up around the square stage, and many began to take their seats. Women in white, some holding instruments, some merely tapping their feet to make their anklets sound, came onto the marble, and the Kazekage and his village took their seats around the stage. The night was warm and fragrant with roses, and Gaara, who was looking around for his love, turned at the sound of her anklets. The crowd parted to let AI walk to the stage, holding onto her lamp. Her face was illuminated gold. To Gaara, she looked very much like how she looked when they met before his death. Like an empress, about to teach the world the art of love, she descended into their world like some heavenly creature. As she approached him, she knelt down in front of him and smiled. Gaara was sat, looking more royal than she could ever imagine, in cream-colored clothes with delicate gold embroidery, and Temari passed to him a deep red shawl that matched his hair. He smiled at her and immediately regretted it as many members in the audience began to awe or cheer. AI placed her lamp beside him, stood, bowed gently, and turned to the stage. As she took her first step onto the marble, her jeweler tinkled to signal the start. And so, in a nostalgic way that Gaara had grown to appreciate, the string instrument struck a note, and the performance began. "Now I shan't let you go." AI still had her back to the audience. Her voice was so full of love and sincerity that the audience was held captive by her words. She did not even move, as her entourage of dancers moved around the stage. AI elegantly extended her hand to the sky. The night, like a call to prayer, has come. AI turned back to Gaara. His shock, that her eyes were full of tears, was short-lived, for he shared the same emotion as her. It was difficult to believe where they were now. "You, like Senso, have returned from war, and I, like Renai, remain your keepsake. Come to me, my love. I shan't let you go." AI reached out for him, before twirling around the stage and singing to the audience as though to tell them a story. "By chance, we met one fateful night, and between the stars made our vows. Now, love has become an intoxication, and you have become everything. Come to me, my love. I shan't let you go." AI stopped mid-twirl and walked back over to Gaara slowly. "What I was once unable to say, the world is now whispering. They tell the story of us, beloved, and I hear it echo out through the centuries, binding us to a legend." She knelt down in front of him. "This night of waiting shall be over soon. The lamps are burning, and so I burn with them." AI held her hand over her lamp that was sat beside Gaara. She held it there, feeling the heat sharp against her hand. But the pain was nothing when she looked at him. "Under your gaze I burn." Her eyes filled with tears again. In fact, many women in the audience wiped their eyes, Temari included. "Now I shan't, no, I shan't let you go." The song ended. The last note was hit as a tear fell from the dancer's eyes. The crowd erupted into cheer and applause as Gaara took AI's hand from the flame and stood with her. They both smiled around at the crowd as the villagers called for AI to be placed in the temple beside the other goddesses. AI laughed, the laugh of a teenager for the first time in her life. as her teacher began shouting at the villagers, telling them how blasphemous that would be. The villagers all joked with her and surrendered to the elder, who told them she would pray that their sins comes back to them. Megumi turned to AI with a great smile of triumph. AI dash. But AI had vanished. She was nowhere in sight. Megumi chuckled to herself. Gaara? Temari, the Kazekage's older sister, was looking around anxiously for the boy. She caught sight of AI's teacher laughing to herself. My dear, Megumi said, and put a hand on Temari's shoulder. Let them be lost in love for a little while. It took a moment for Temari to realize what the woman meant, and Megumi left a very red-faced Temari standing on her own by the stage, hidden away in the Kazekage's quarters of the palace, her hand pinned above her head, her nails digging into Gaara's shoulder. Love was held captive by his embrace. Her back hit the mirror of the dressing table in his room as he hoisted her up onto it, but she did not even notice, for AI simply pulled him back into her, feeling his outline beneath his clothing, aching to touch his skin, dying from the want of him. The dancer's soft moans and gentle gasps echoed throughout the room, and stopped suddenly as she realized Gaara was slowing down. The Kazekage pushed her away, and AI looked up at him, puzzled. With a small smile, Gaara began to unbutton his shirt. AI tooted with impatience at his pace, and went to rip his shirt from him, but Gaara simply pushed her away again. He watched her with a wry smile, as her big blue eyes rounded in with lust and love as she bit her soft, petal-like lips at him. She sat, breathing heavily from desire, unable to shake lust from inside of her, desperate for him. And Gaara could not help but torture her. AI looked like everything he ever wanted. So pure and delicate, so inviting and delicious. She liked hope, friendship and happiness. In fact, looked like love to the boy who had craved it for so long. Oh, how he still craved it. Gaara had chased after love since childhood, begged for it, clung to it, hoped, wished, killed for it. And now, here love was, saying she was his and only his. Well now, he considered as he opened his shirt and allowed her to place her hands on him. It was his turn. He would make love beg for him, enslave her, punish her, do all the things she did to him for 19 years, torment and enrage her, until all the breath in her body could only say his name, until she was shivering for him out of want. Gaara loved her. She was everything he ever wanted, and he would show her that. Gaara, I whispered his name softly as she planted gentle kisses on his chest. Grasping a handful of her dark hair, he pulled her up so they were face to face. Ah! She gasped and put a hand in her hair to stop him pulling. I love you, he whispered softly. I love you, she said with a small smile before it was wiped of her face as he pulled harder. Remember something for me, AI? He asked her as he pulled her hair, forcing her to stare up at the ceiling. Yes, she gasped in response. When you are clothed you belong to the world? His free hand snaked down her bare neck, to her chest where he began to untie a ribbon pinning the front of her dress together. When you are naked you are mine. Gently, the ribbon began to unfurl. I will tear this world into pieces one day. He released her hair, as both his hands became occupied with removing her dress for her. AI brought her head back down to face him, her dark hair failing in front of her eyes. So this was love. AI? Kankuro welcomed the shocked AI with an embrace as she approached the Kazekage's family at the entrance of the palace. Good morning, Kankuro-sama, AI said brightly as she smiled and looked around at everyone gathered. She caught Gaara's eye and bowed. Kazekage, she said smoothly as he nodded to her. AI. The group was gathered at the entrance of the palace. Gaara's siblings, Baki, elders of the village, and the prince. AI cast her gaze downwards as she bowed to him. A sudden feeling of embarrassment rose up and settled in her stomach. Last time they met she had refused his advances. Would he still be amicable towards her? Come, Baki said to everyone. The Konoha shinobi will be departing from the palace gates. Once again, Temari grabbed AI by the hand and pulled her in line with Gaara's siblings. It was a little awkward. No one had discussed what AI's position was now. She was no longer a courtesan, that was certain, but she was not a wife. She was not even of enough of a credible caste to be considered a partner to the Kazekage. And yet, he had accepted her as his love, and so had his family. As the group walked out to the gates, this odd and complex thought muddled around in AI's head. AI, Temari whispered, stand beside Gaara. AI wanted to protest, but the blonde shinobi pushed her beside Gaara. It went unnoticed by all but the prince and Baki. The elders of the group coughed in polite disagreement with Temari's actions. As AI stepped beside the Kazekage, she smiled as she saw Sakura and Naruto approach the palace gates. In a dress of orange and pink, AI looked like a desert flower that had caught a breeze and landed next to Gaara. You did not have to give us a farewell party, Temari, Kakashi said as they approached. Nonsense, Temari responded with a smile. Once again, we are indebted to you, Konoha. Friends do not hold one another in debt. Everyone turned slowly as Naruto spoke up. He was looking directly at Gaara, who nodded to him. Until we meet again, Gaara said to him. Goodbye, Naruto. AI said gently and watched with amusement as Naruto's face began to turn red. This was met with several sniggers from the gathered crowd. And with that, the ninja from the Leaf Village waved a cheery goodbye and walked the long walk out into the desert to find their way back home. AI lowered her hand and stopped waving as they steadily became tiny dots on the horizon. Let's have lunch. Kankuro proposed to Baki, who began to shout orders at servants to prepare lunch. Temari took AI's hand again and dragged her through to the Kazekage's living quarters. As the group re-entered the palace, there were a few who looked on as though scoffing. The prince remained in this group, watching AI as she smiled back at Gaara, her dark hair shimmering beneath a chiffon orange veil. She had so casually disregarded him. She, a courtesan who he had treated like something more than a whore? He couldn't stand the thought of it. Something had to be done. The crowd began to disperse, leaving the prince on his lonesome. You are not the only one, your highness. He turned as a voice, smooth as silk, came from behind him. A courtesan, dressed in an emerald green to match her eyes, bowed to him. What is that supposed to mean, girl? He snarled at her, but Miko did not seem to falter under his cruel gaze. There are those of us who see the union of a Kage and a whore as sacrilege. The prince scoffed as she spoke, his dark hair falling in front of his eyes. As they appraised one another, a thought shimmered in his eyes. I take it you are in alliance with the elders? He asked her. The girl simply blinked in a way that told him he was right. Then I trust you will see to it that this, from his robes he pulled out a small silk package, finds a use after I leave? Miko took the packet and nodded to him. She stared after him a little while longer as he turned on his heel and left. What elegance, what power, what masculinity, she thought as she eyed him up. Such a shame that she had been raised for thieves and gamblers, while AI had been raised for men like him, only to waste her time and fall in love. As Miko turned back to the palace, she opened up the packet and looked inside. Between cream-colored parchment, there was a small, crisp note. What was more interesting, however, was what Miko recognized to be an armlet with a single diamond housed in the center. Sex, when filled with love, becomes something rare and precious to mortals. Eyes filled with nothing but affection, gentle gasps of delight, and the soft brushing of fingertips against bare skin can make even the most cynical of humans bear witness to something magical. Like flowers in the sunshine, any woman can unfurl when a man looks at you, but only I was lucky enough to suffer from Gaara's love. For he, who never knew how to touch something as gentle as a moonbeam, could not help but let his love chain her to him and bind her to his every whim. Gaara was hopelessly in love with AI. Like the tide to the moon, he was pulled towards her by forces unknown and unexplainable. He loved to watch her delicate figure seize up and her hair unfurl as her head trashed in ecstasy. More than that, beyond anything physical or human, AI and Gaara found themselves amidst the heat and frenzy of the bloodlove. He longed to cool his heated brow against her cold beauty, and she loved to feel every inch of her body burn in lust for him. They sat up for hours every night, in each tower's embrace, vowing never to let one another go. On these nights, both left the earth and found themselves somewhere near paradise. The young Kazekage had lost himself in love, until he was no longer himself. He could not recall her name, nor his, for all they were was love. 2 months had passed since Gaara's return and the village had seen many changes. The place still jubilant, still ecstatic and uplifted. Gifts were still being sent to the palace every day to bless the Kazekage, his family and his love. Villagers would request meetings with the Kazekage to hear his advice on all sorts of curious topics. They all seemed to forget that Gaara was only 19. He was no better equipped to answer their inquiries than another teenager in the village. He was a shinobi, not a farmer or a jeweler or a carpenter or an architect, and yet they valued his opinion. They all knew he was right the moment he had said it. Gaara brought the beginning of fortuitous days. The village's opinion of Gaara was not the only thing that had changed since his return. His students, his female students, all looked on at him as he walked past them, with sorrowful, heartbroken glances. Temari and Kankuro, who often only spoke to Gaara when it was necessary, were now wandering into his office at all hours to discuss meaningless and frivolous things. Gaara was learning things about them he had never even thought to ask about before. Only the other day, Kankuro had barged into his office and announced that Gaara should learn Tihanbiki, a gambler's game. If Gaara were to ever meet with a few feudal lords, he should know how to cheat. Needless to say, Gaara threw his brother out of his office before the playing cards had even hit his desk. Temari also sauntered in occasionally, and had once even asked if she could visit Konoha for a while. When Gaara asked why, Temari became angry and told him that he should understand by now. But Gaara had no idea what she was talking about. It was an odd, confusing and chaotic time for the young Kazekage, and finding peace in his own village was becoming difficult. Now, the Kazekage sat at his desk, reading through papers, grateful for a moment of silence. As he signed off another proposed mission for a group of Chonin, he put down his pen and reached over for a clay cup of jasmine tea. It was warm and fragrant, and gave him a second to breathe. He glanced up at the clock. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. The working day would be over in 3 more hours, and he could call AI down from whatever balcony she was perched on. At the thought of her, he smiled. The past 2 months had passed as though from some sort of dream. Gaara had to remind himself that this was his life now, that he had finally gained the respect and trust of his village, all thanks to that glittering moonbeam he had chanced upon in the spring. AI tumbled into his life, and brought with her an end to his solitude, an end to his grief. She had opened up new worlds to him, ones he did not think it were possible to find on earthly planes. Sex, which had once been completely alien to him, now clustered together with his instincts for violence and love for her in some strange, twisted, romantic way, and resulted in nights of Gaara completely losing himself to lust. AI was, of course, trained in the art of love-making, but her gentle nature and delicate figure were merely a catalyst to the Kazekage's appetite for her. Without Shikaku, AI and Gaara assumed that it would be safer for them, but they were wrong. Gaara had been so used to keeping his guard up when he was a Jinchuriki that, without Shikaku, he had no gauge on his emotions. It was like feeling everything all over again, for the first time. Without the pressure to restrain himself, Gaara had caused AI pain without meaning to. It was not as though he were completely to blame though. AI pushed him, teased him, tested him, showed him things he could never have imagined of, and made him beg her to do it again. Sex with AI was a twisted, beautiful, violent, and loving affair, one which Gaara, a cynical and apathetic man, would call as close to the divine as he dared. The divine? Gaara pondered over this thought for a moment. He had heard whispers in the corridors, from courtesans and palace members, that the bloodlove had returned to Earth. He had heard about it. Of course he had. Great poems and legends were written around the relationship of Renai and her lover, Senso. Was it true? Was this that legendary divine love? How could it be when he had been denied love for so long? How did it make any sense to suddenly be at the center of an ancient love story? Gaara? The Kazekage looked up as his elder sister entered the room. Do you have the reports? Yes, here you are, Temari. Gaara stood and picked up a sheaf of papers from his desk. He walked over and handed them to his elder sister. She smiled at him. At the temple, Gaara raised an eyebrow as she spoke. The answer to your question. She responded to his quizzical look and laughed as he smiled bashfully. Go and see her. It will be a while until you see one another again. Temari left with a faint smile as Gaara nodded his agreement. The walk to the temple in the center of the village was quiet that afternoon. Most villagers were at work, and the children must have been in school. In fact, Gaara did not see anyone on his walk, and he was grateful for it. He was never one to welcome attention with such open arms. As he approached the temple in the square, the bells began to chime from the towers above. As he ascended the steps that lead to the entrance, at the sound of the bells, white doves fluttered out of the temple with haste, escorting a figure, dressed in silver, who was walking out into the sunshine. Hokage, a girl nodded to him with a barely concealed smirk as she left the temple, leaving Gaara to stare at the back of her in surprise. I forever loved to irk him. He lowered his gaze and shook his head with feigned annoyance. The pair stood back to back as he spoke. "Have you so easily forgotten me?" Gaara asked, making the girl stop in her tracks. Ai smirked to herself and spoke clearly like a birdsong into the morning. "The sea does not remember the shore with which she so fleetingly visits." As she spoke, Gaara smiled before turning to her. "I am not the shore." He humored her before kneeling down at the top of the temple steps and gently clasping hold of the end of her silvery veil that trailed so freely behind her. Then, Ai turned to him suddenly and tried to stop a look of surprise crossing her face as she came upon the sight of him kneeling. What was he going to do? She appraised him, lifting an eyebrow, pouting at him as though daring him to answer her. "You are broad and strong. A cliff, perhaps?" Gaara pulled her veil taut, causing the color to rise in Ai's cheeks. She knew what he was planning. "You have named me before, Ai," Gaara whispered dangerously. And it was that flash of malevolence in his eye that Ai recognized. She gave a small smile. "The Tempest," she whispered, barely noticing Gaara begin to pull her veil towards himself. "Which cuts through the sea." He pulled her veil a little harder, forcing her onto her knees before the temple steps. "Ah! Controls it, tortures it, makes it right for mercy." As he spoke, her eyes filled with remorse, begging him not to continue. But Gaara, being Gaara, wanted her. He did not stop. He continued to pull her veil, so her head was brought down to the step in front of him. Ai practically lay on the temple steps before him. "We are on the steps of a temple, you blasphemous fool," she whispered, their eyes locked. "And you are desperate," Gaara murmured, moving closer to her, helpless, to the need to sin with me. Ai could not stand it any longer. His stare, his lips, his touch, she needed it now. "Take me to the palace," she breathed. Later, Gaara dropped her veil and stood suddenly. "I must speak with a monk here." And with that, he left, leaving an open-mouthed Ai staring after him. Gaara was hunched over his desk, reading through a long and very boring mission report. He had stood in an attempt to make his boredom lift a little. It did no such thing. "Yes?" Gaara spoke as the door to his office opened. He stole a quick glance at the clock beside the door. There was only a half hour of the working day left. Then he and Ai could, but his thoughts stopped at once as that silvery nymph walked into his office. "Ai?" He stood gently and spoke her name softly, wondering why she would come to him early. The girl, who had kept her eyes cast down, let her gaze gentle trail along the floor, up to him. The way she flicked her eyelashes up in the last moment, a soft smirk on her face, the gentle jingle of her jewelry, was enough to tell Gaara what she wanted. Before he had time to react, she lowered herself to her knees. Gaara stood straight, looking intrigued. "Now?" he asked, trying to hide his excitement. Ai nodded, her eyes softening into a come-hither stare. "Here?" he asked a little more urgently. Again, Ai said nothing, simply nodded. He came to stand in front of her, curious to see if she was being sincere, or if this was punishment for abandoning her at the temple. "I have papers to sign," he reminded her as though he would not heed her call, but something still pulled him to his knees in front of her. "Sign them later," she whispered, kissing his neck. "I have council members to meet," Gaara protested, although somehow his Kazekage robe fell from his shoulders as Ai's lips found his. "Meet them later," Ai advised, taking a deep kiss while he was distracted with pulling her veil from her head. "I have students to teach," he pleaded with her as Ai removed her blouse and lay down, pulling Gaara on top of her. "Teach them later." Ai giggled as he kissed her, opening her legs to welcome him into embrace. Instinctively, her hand traveled from his neck, along his shoulder and arm, to grasp his hand. What she found there, however, surprised her. She pulled away from him, and looked to his hand. Gaara smiled guilty as AI saw the pen in his hand, attempting to sign the last report of the day that had somehow ended up on the floor beside them. AI stared at him indignantly before grabbing the pen. AI, no! But it was too late. Keeping eye contact with Gaara, AI drew a thick, black line straight down the middle of the report. She threw the pen across the room and looked at him as tough, daring him to speak. Such is your vanity that you will not come second to my work. The dancer said nothing, simply stared at him, wondering what he was going to do. Why do you do this, AI? He whispered to her, looking down at her lips, his mouth watering. Now I have no choice. His hand followed the curve of her waist, along her breasts, and up to her neck. There, he held her with a little pressure. Why do you insist on me causing you a little pain? He asked her, but AI had begun to smile. She helped him to lift up her skirt, so he could make love to her. The girl could not explain it, neither could Gaara. What was it about a little pain, a little control, a little madness that made this so much better? Sometimes, AI let him use her entirely, and she did not seek her own pleasure. It was enough for her to satisfy him. Perhaps it was her courtesan upbringing that made her so keen to please, or perhaps it was the odd combination of being his slave and his goddess at the same time. She didn't know, but he never let her stop to think too much about it. That evening passed like this, with AI clinging to him, moaning underneath him as he fucked her with such frenzied lust that neither had time to remove their clothes. It was the strangest mix of beautiful and painful AI had ever experienced. In his last moments before climax, AI was surprised when Gaara looked down to her and kissed her with tenderness. I love you, he whispered to her before his body began to shake and tremble with pleasure. As Gaara peeled himself away from her, AI fell into his embrace on the floor. Are you ready to leave tonight? She asked softly. Yes, Gaara replied, slightly breathlessly. I will miss you. He smiled a little. He couldn't remember ever missing anyone. Do not forget me. She looked up at him, and the Kazekage kissed her softly. Never, he assured her. Endo Yori had lived through the reign of 3 Kazekages. The third was his nephew who met his demise to Sasori of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki. That damned group of outlaws, of fallen ninja, shameful, disobedient characters who putrefied the earth with the stink of their sins. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had been a great shinobi of his time. Pragmatic and loyal, he turned sour under the influence of Orochimaru. Yori had even been there, the day the youngest child of the 3rd Kazekage was born. He remembered Raza exiting the hospital room where his wife lay, preparing to give birth, his hand shaking, his lips turning a bluish hue. Something was wrong. Yori could remember putting a hand on Raza's shoulder as he sat beside him, and whispering something secret to him, something that gave the Kazekage an idea. All knew too well that the village of Sand was under threat of extinction. The weapons and shinobi they produced were not up to the same standards as other villages. So what if, from an ancient iron tea kettle, could come forth a great asset to the village? Raza could not deny that it was a shining opportunity for Sunagekure, a glimmering beacon of hope that he could hold up to his people, and announce that the world should fear the village of Sand once more. Yori had been an older shinobi, the day of Gaara's birth. He had looked on in hope and triumph as the child wept in the arms of his slowly dying mother. But that was the last time Gaara gave Suna a reason to believe in him. He was born into the world out of the death of his own mother. And after that a trail of death, destruction and devastation was left behind that malevolent boy who smirked and stirred with anticipation as he itched to kill again. Some of the softer, more gentle elders of the village could not see through those opal eyes that charmed them with warmth and skill and clarity. But Yori could see it, just as he saw it the moment Karura's hands fell limp around the child. Gaara was the epitome of evil. And now, Yori's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists at the thought of it. He was Kazekage. And to add salt to an expanding wound, the treacherous boy had taken a whore for a partner. It disgusted him, repulsed him, to see his village become this. And they all spoke about her so fondly. Villagers, elders, shinobi and alike, All spoke of the two star-crossed lovers, claiming they were the first on Earth to witness the bloodlove. Yuri took a sip of bitter, cold tea as he winced in disgust. Bloodlove. That wretched, unsightly, unholy, unworthy whore had cursed them all with some enchantment, just as Gaara had done. And many had sat back and let this happen. Well now, it had gone too far. The Kazekage and his courtesan were in the public eye. The reputation of the village would be in tatters by the winter. Not under Endo Yuri's watchful gaze. He would be sure to put things right. 2 months had passed since Gaara's return and much had changed, and was still changing, in the village. Many were jubilant. The palace was often in chaos of celebration, and even the younger shinobi had gained a new lease of life. Everyone saw the shallow and superficial improvements of the village to be to the credit of the hopeless Kazekage. That girl, Ai, had remained in the palace as a guest scrounging on the kindness of the higher-ups. That was Yuri's ancestors' hard work and riches she so frivolously took for granted. She was asked to leave the tea house and renounce her title as a courtesan, but she was yet to do so. It was shameful what the village of sand had become, in awe of a young whore. Sitting in an underground meeting room, Yuri now took another sip of his tea, swirling the bitter and sour contents of his cup in his mouth, swishing it around his teeth with eager hastiness. He wanted the meeting to start quickly. Around a large round table sat many of the elders of the village, and even younger shinobi, all ready to partake in the destruction of the Kazekage. Yuri's thin and fragile arms emerged out of the sleeves of his robe as he clasped his hands together in front of him and rested his chin against his fingertips, his long white beard falling onto the table. Those gathered around the table fell quiet as Yuri took this position every time he was about to speak. "Friends," Yuri began, his voice rattling out of his throat as though he had never spoken before, "the time is near. We have waited months." A younger shinobi spoke out of turn and was immediately silenced by another village elder. "Hold your tongue. This is not a simple matter of assassination," an elder called across the table. "Indeed," Yuri continued, nodding his head in agreement, "our previous attempts to remove the Kazekage from his position have been easily thwarted. This," Yuri held up a single finger, "this requires time and thought. We must not grow impatient." The old man shouted and brought his fist down on the table suddenly, making those around him jump. "We all know what is to happen." There was a general murmur of agreement around the table. "Good, now be gone." As members of the rebellion against Gaara stood from the table, Yuri turned to the shinobi next to him. "I notice we are missing a few of our friends. See to it that they are never seen again." With that, and on shaking legs, Yuri stood slowly to leave. Ai was smiling down at a village mother, who was handing her a basket of fruit in the main hall of the temple in the square. It was just after dusk. There was a little sunlight to see the village, and the lamps were being lit in the street. Inside the temple, beneath candlelight, Ai took the basket with a warm smile. It was beautifully tied together with blue and green ribbon, affectionately chosen as the color of Ai and Gaara's eyes. "I trust the Kazekage and his siblings left in good time?" the mother asked sweetly. "They did," Ai responded as she looked into the basket full of sweet, juicy mangoes and plums. "And they shall return in a few days, not to worry," Ai assured her. Many of the villagers did not want Gaara to leave them again since his abduction, but Ai stood faithfully by the statement that he was stronger and wiser with their support. "Good night, my dear," the woman said, wrapping a shawl around herself as she exited the temple. "Good night. Thank you again," Ai called to her before placing the basket by the other offerings to the gods. The priest would bless them in the morning. With a quick doe of her head to the deities in the hall, Ai picked up her skirt and left the temple. She came across the site of the village at night. With the bustle of villagers walking from shops to restaurants to their homes, the air was thick and warm with the smell of honeysuckle. Ai smiled around at the scene and proceeded to descend the temple steps. Ai! At the sound of her name, on the last step, Ai turned slightly to see Baki, Gaara's teacher and advisor, stood with a group of shinobi. The look on his face was solemn. It wiped the smile from Ai's lips. "Yes," Ai said softly, aware that the men around Baki had begun to shuffle towards her with an unspoken aggression. You are under arrest for high treason by attempted assassination of the Kazekage. The prison cells in Sunagakure had never housed a woman, let alone a courtesan. They were unaccustomed to her delicate, dewy skin, so only let in light from between the cracks of the wooden boards that blocked out a view of the sky. The cell was dingy, dusty, and the iron bars looked like they could break when a little force was applied. The orangey-brown flakes of rust fell like autumn leaves from where the iron met the stone, and settled in tidy piles at the door of her cell. No, they were not accustomed to a woman, or any prisoner for that matter. So imagine the storm of whispers and rumors of shock and betrayal that swept up around the village of sand like a desert wind, as they all watched the moon being captured and shackled in the middle of the square. She had held her head high with dignity and poise as disbelieving tears filled their eyes, and hands covered gaping mouths. They watched that delicate moonbeam being dragged straight out of the sky and into a pit. The village was met with silence, unnerving and unwilling to face the reality. Their delicate songbird had been accused of treason. Ai sat now, on her knees, her head bowed as though in prayer, waiting for her guard to re-enter the complex. The dungeons of Sunagakure were kept under close watch by the head of the police, a middle-aged shinobi by the name Ishimaru. He had a kind but stern face, the sort of face Ai expected a father to have. He had greeted her with a look she had never seen in an adult's face, a look of disappointment. She refused to show any trace of emotion, any sign that they could bring her down from her stark position as a supporter of the Kazekage. She could barely understand the charges. When they had brought her in, they had rattled off something about security interference on her part and Shikaku's incarceration, and then left her on her lonesome, with only the rust and brick for company. So she had remained in the same position for 2 days now, sat on her knees, hands clasped in her lap, sitting in the sole sunbeam that filtered in through the cracks between the wood above her. She had asked no questions, and refused to answer any until Gaara returned. The dancer lifted her gaze from the floor as she heard Ishimaru enter the dungeons with her breakfast. Her big blue eyes narrowed on him as he approached her cage. He had long brown hair, tied in a loose ponytail at the base of his neck, and strong masculine features. I imagined in his youth he must have been very handsome, but now his face was cracked and scratched like the desert plains, for the stress of his job was beginning to manifest on his skin. He held a bowl of porridge and looked down at the girl, who sat in the corner, at the back of her cell, with a sympathetic look. "You won't eat, Utsukushi pretty one?" he asked in his kind voice, only to be met with a haughty stare, and a turn of her head, so she was no longer looking at him. "You shouldn't be so difficult." He lowered the bowl through a small door, and placed it inside her cage. Under his breath, he muttered, "I have enough trouble getting my Naruto to eat, and she is 4. Suddenly, Ai was angry. In her youthful, foolish, naive character, she finally broke her silence. "I demand to know why I am being kept here," she exclaimed. Ishimaru, who had a look of surprise on his face, as though he did not know she could speak, folded his arms. "They explained that to you when you entered the cell." Ai frowned as he spoke. He was an odd man. He almost had a smirk on his face. "No. They told me they had reason to believe I was involved in the assassination of the Kazekage, but did not explain my links to the event exactly. I demand to know." Ishimaru was smiling at her now, and it infuriated Ai. She pouted and turned away from him, raising her head high with indignation. "You remind me of my wife," he said suddenly. She had a beautiful face and fierce temper. Ai raised an eyebrow and turned to face him. "It's so sad to think you are a courtesan." He mused a little longer, staring at Ai with a look of deep sympathy. What kind of parent would give up their daughter to a whorehouse? "I have no idea. I have no parents," Ai snapped. "I was born from poetry. Haven't you heard?" Ishimaru laughed. "They did warn me you were adept at the art of conversation, Yuta. Poem? You speak wonderfully." He bowed his head in acknowledgement of her cadence and rhythm, her use of ancient phrasing and melodic voice. "Even if what you say is full of venom, it feels like honey. And I have heard many things about you, dear one." He spied her through the bars of her cage, as though looking in to see a timid songbird. "They say Gaara, the demon, has enchanted the bloodlove to return to earth. They say you must be a fallen angel, to tempt someone so full of evil. Do not speak foul or ill-advised words in front of me, guard. If the bloodlove has returned to earth, then you speak against the gods, Ai whispered dangerously. Ishimaru held his hands up in surrender. I daren't speak a word against you, Yuta. I am a supporter of the Kazekage, and see in your face your innocence. Ai's face softened and she wished to ask him something, but in that same moment, the doors to the dungeon flung open and a shinobi staggered in on shaking legs, clearly intoxicated from the night before, entered. He called out to Ishimaru and Ai returned to her position of ignoring the world as it went by. In the middle of her second night in the cell, Ai was woken by a faint tapping sound. Her eyes opened and closed suddenly as light flooded them. A silvery, cold light of the nighttime entered the cell from the ceiling. The girl slowly propped herself up onto her elbows and watched in confusion as the small window in the ceiling, that was blocked by wooden boards, was dismantled. The boards were picked up and out of the cell, giving her a clear view of the moon in the sky and of her rescuer. Blonde hair flopped over blue eyes as a boy with a serious face looked down at her in the cell. In Naruto? Ai whispered in disbelief, wondering if she was dreaming. Hi, Naruto said softly and reached down into the cell. Give me your hand. Without thinking, Ai stood on shaking legs and extended her hand to him. The shinobi began to lift her out of the cell. Naruto, what dash? The courtesan mumbled in a tired confusion as Naruto picked her up in his arms. She was exhausted from troubled sleep and refusing to eat for 2 days. The boy carried her into the palace. Something called to me in the night and whispered your name. I cannot explain it, and, to be honest, I don't care what the explanation is, he said in a voice that reminded her of the Kazekage. The boy managed to enter the palace and Gaara's chambers undisturbed by palace guards. You are Gaara no Inori, Gaara's prayer, and the prayer of someone who went so long unheard, is something worth protecting. Naruto lay her down gently on Gaara's bed. Sleep now, Ai. Gaara will be here soon. Ai had never felt such relief in her life. Within moments, the view of Naruto's angelic face blurred and faded to darkness as she let sleep take her. Ai? The girl woke with a start to find Naruto leaning over her. Gaara is waiting for you in his council's meeting room. Go now, make sure no one sees you. Ai, who had been expecting Naruto's appearance to have been a dream, looked around the room in a sleepy haze. She sat up slowly. And you? She asked. I have to go. Naruto stood straight and walked straight to the door. Ai was unsure and uncertain about everything, but she felt safe in his presence. For that, she was grateful. Thank you, Naruto. She called to him as he escaped the room hurriedly. The courtesan found a white and gray dress with billowy sleeves and delicate ivory and silver embroidery. She changed and washed quickly before placing the gray veil on her head and leaving for the council room. Entering the grand circular room in the dead of night was as unnerving as it was risky. Ai stole glances down the corridor to make sure no one was following her before she crept inside. The room was lit by a series of lanterns lining the walls. They cast an orangey glow around the room and flickered as she entered, alerting the only other person there of her presence. The Kazekage turned to her as he felt a breeze enter the room with her. Gaara stood in his red clothing, still tired from his travels, still confused as to what Naruto had explained to him. Gaara. She spoke, almost disbelieving that it was him. Ai. He held out his arms to her, as though she were finally free of the shackles of her cell. Ai ran to him, and they embraced. Are you okay? Gaara kissed her softly. What happened? Her blue eyes widened in sadness. How can I explain? Ai said. Suddenly emotion was overwhelming her. Big tears fell fast from her eyelashes as Gaara held her in his arms. I am not even sure myself. What other than a whore could steal into the night and take up an audience with the blinded Kazekage in his council room, and under the eyes of our forefathers? As the elder, Indoyori, spoke suddenly, the Kazekage gripped Ai tighter in his arms. They looked over to the doors to see the elder enter the room with a group of his supporters. Shinobi, advisors, and councilmen entered as though prepared to battle. Upon seeing her captors again, Ai's hands gripped onto the material of Gaara's robe, up against his chest, as though fearful she would be torn away from him. Gaara took stance as though ready to fight. His broad physique tensed under AI's grip. "I won't have vicious words spoken in this room, Yuri-sama," the Kazekage said coldly. "If you wish to use such an accusatory tone, I suggest you wait until the morning so we can speak before a court." Yuri, a skinny arm emerging from the folds of his robe, lifted a hand to point straight at AI. "Devil's work does not wait to take place in a courtroom, Kazekage. Do not be taken so lightly," he said in a warning tone. As he spoke, Gaara's siblings entered the room from behind him. Kankuro looked from AI, clutching at Gaara, eyes full of tears, to the group of men at the doors, and raised an eyebrow. "Yuri, you senile old fool. What ruckus are you causing in the middle of the night?" Kankuro was irritated that he had only arrived back at the palace a few moments ago, and already trouble had started. Someone in the group of accusers sniggered. "It seems your keepers are here to protect you, Gaara." Temari, who noticed a familiar face in the group, turned to them. "Baki, what is going on?" she asked her teacher who, from behind Yuri, glanced over at her quickly but did not let his sight leave Gaara for too long. If things got out of hand, this group of expert shinobi may not be enough to take down the Kazekage. He would have to be fully focused. "We have reason to believe that this woman aided the assassination of the Kazekage," he explained. Temari looked stumped. "What? AI is a courtesan. What skill does she know of that could possibly lend itself to the assassination?" she asked. The answer came from someone unexpected. "AI knows ninjutsu," Kankuro said quietly, as though not wanting to admit it. Temari cocked her head back at her brother. "What? She also knows Jidai no Hingo, Old Japanese," Baki explained. "She can communicate with tailed beasts, write in scripture only they understand." With a frown, Temari turned back to her teacher, still not following. "How is that possible?" As she asked, men walked forwards from the group and, holding onto leather satchels, tipped their contents onto the round table in the room. In the dim light, I could make out familiar objects. Yuri gestured to the table for Temari to inspect. Books, parchment, ink, ribbons, weights, stolen from the palace libraries, he explained as she sifted through the items. They were discovered hidden in the courtesan's desk at the tea house. "I didn't do anything wrong," I protested and released Gaara's robes from her grip. "Megumi-sama." The girl stopped short. If she brought her teacher into this, it could mean the end of her reputation, the end of the tea house. I could not let that happen. Yuri raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I did nothing wrong," I repeated, much to the elder's dissatisfaction. "Then why did you attempt to communicate with Shikaku?" he asked, raising his voice. "Why is it you were the last person to see the Kazekage before his fight with the Akatsuki?" "What were you doing, Shikaku?" he asked, raising his voice. "Why is it you were the last person to see the Kazekage before his fight with the Akatsuki? What were you doing on his balcony, out of sight from everyone else?" As the questions tumbled out of his mouth, Ai's heart began to pound hard in her chest. Her emotions were rising to her throat, struggling to be heard. Her voice was stifled by fear. Temari turned to her, holding up a book on tailed beasts. "Did you create seals?" Ai swallowed hard. "Yes." "Why?" "Because Shikako would not let him rest." "What does it matter to you, girl, if the Kazekage does not rest?" the old man demanded. "I am in love with him," Ai answered slowly. Her look of pleading was met with laughter from the crowd. "Ha!" Yuri threw his head back and laughed hard. "The Kazekage went without sleep for 19 years. Do not confuse your use in the nighttime for affection. Love? This whore and her namesake are no more than fallacious dreams." The room plunged into darkness as sand erupted from behind the Kazekage and swept around the room like a storm. The sudden gust of wind caused the lantern's flames to reduce to nothingness. Suddenly, light returned as the sand stopped and retreated, hovering over Gaara and Ai like a rain cloud, allowing oxygen to return to the lamps and let them burn. Gaara kept the sand above him to remind his council of the strength they were testing, and would be facing soon if they continued this way. With respect, Gaara spat at the old man. "You would do well to mind your tongue while in my presence, Yuri-sama." The elder looked outraged and held his tongue a moment. "Kazekage," a voice chirped from the back of the crowd. "What can this girl really know of love?" Ai took a step forwards. Her fear turned to anger. Only as much as the world lets me. You force your preconceived ideas of a courtesan onto me, and scold me if I do not play out that role. Yes, I am a courtesan. It does not make me inhuman. I do not lack emotion, or want or need. I know love as clearly as I know you are stood in front of me. I would give my life for the Hokage. Yuri did not let a heartbeat of silence pass. Why then would you weaken him, if so keen to protect him? Because the Biju caused him pain. So you admit it? You did weaken Shikaku before the Hokage was to fight? No! I never went near Shikaku before the Akatsuki arrived. I last spoke to the beast the night no one could go near the Hokage because Shikaku caused a sandstorm in his room. Yuri, who was skilled in the art of politics and arguing, knew better than this teenage courtesan. He brought the conversation to a standstill as he let silence seep back into the room for a moment. He began again dramatically. Then this brings us to the question your so-called love and loyalty. From where did you appear on that night? Her eyes widened. She knew where he was going. Glancing at the floor quickly, Ai held her head high. From Prince Nobutara's chambers, she answered. A slow murmur, a gentle snigger, passed through the group. Forgive me, Kazekage. Have you not heard enough? The old man asked. Gaara folded his arms. I sent her to Nobutara, he answered coolly. Temari, who was the only one in the room who had not been a part of any of the events mentioned, turned to her brother. Gaara, we needed to know his position on the Akatsuki, he responded. And did you ever find out? Yuri spoke again suddenly. No, because she would not divulge such information against her loving prince. Ai blinked in disbelief. Her face went blank. Loving, she murmured. The prince and I have no such affection. Ai. The entire room turned to the Kazekage's elder brother as he spoke. Do not lie in front of council members. And do not take my little brother for a fool. Gaara stirred behind Ai. Kankuro? The word came out like a soft growl from Gaara's lips. I saw her and the prince together following your abduction. They were, he searched for the right phrasing, embracing in the palace gardens in the dead of night. Ai began to shake her head. No, Kankuro, that is not what it looked like. A shinobi walked forwards from the group and held out a small white package to the Kazekage. Ai looked dumbfounded. How was this happening? Is this not what it looks like either? As Gaara peered inside the package, his heart stopped. He turned to Ai and held it out to her. So, Kazekage, what do you think of this wretch's loyalty and love now? Ai's delicate fingers peeled open the ivory paper and found inside the armlet Megumi had gifted her. So much had happened in the past few months that Ai had not even thought about its whereabouts. She assumed she had left it at the tea house, but on closer inspection, a small inscription was scribbled in dark ink on the white parchment. My dearest Ai, I return that which you lost in my embrace. Your loving prince. Ai was shaking her head in disbelief. This is not real. I did not go near the prince, she protested, turning to Gaara. He would not meet her eye. And yet, here we are. Yuri's voice echoed in her head, as though it were far away. She was staring at Gaara, feeling her heart begin to weep. It was drowning her insides, the fact that he would not look at her. Gaara? She heard Temari's voice in the distance. Remain in this room until I call you, councilmen. Gaara addressed the group. Kankuro, Temari, Ai, come with me to my office. Kaze, keep watch over this room. Baki. The man addressed his teacher as he walked past him, not entirely sure of how much he could trust him. Ai followed as though in a daze, feeling as though her body did not belong to her. Once they entered Gaara's office, he went to stand in front of his desk as his siblings waited by the door, allowing Ai to stand in the center of the room. The Kazekage leaned against his desk and looked up at her with tired eyes. Speak, he ordered. Gaara, what happened between Nobutara and I was not as it seemed. I went to him to convince him to help the village. Ai pleaded. It is not your place to sway the politics of Sunagakure. Ai. Temari spoke up behind her, making Ai turn back and address her. With respect, Temari-sama, courtesans have more influence than you would think. The dancer turned back to Gaara. I miss you terribly, and worried for the future of the village. I wanted to make sure that Suna remained in good hands. Something inside of Ai's chest pained a little, when she saw something similar to a sneer pass over Gaara's face. "You speak so highly of Nobutara." He spoke in that soft, dangerous voice. "Why would he wish to accuse you of being unfaithful?" "The prince was infatuated with me," Ai explained, her big blue eyes round with sadness. "This is comeuppance for my refusing him the gardens. What you saw, Kankuro-sama, was the moment before I pushed him away." Ai turned to the man with the painted face and explained herself. He raised an eyebrow and folded his arms. "So no more than friendship existed between the two of you?" he asked. Again, Ai knew what was coming. Her voice faltered. "There was no way out of this. Gaara once asked me to seduce the prince," she admitted. "So you were with him? The night you rescued Gaara from Shikaku's temper?" Temari wanted to confirm Yori's allegation. "Yes." Ai turned back to Gaara. "This was before anything came to pass between us, Gaara." He looked up at her. His wonderful opal eyes met hers. That frown of uncertainty faded away, and his eyes softened. "I understand." Ai almost collapsed in relief as Gaara spoke. She walked up to him and fell into his embrace. "Gaara, this is not a simple situation. It cannot be so easily reconciled by claiming it was a misunderstanding." As his sister spoke, Gaara placed a gentle kiss against Ai's forehead. She closed her eyes and let her beating heart slow its pace. "What do you mean, Temari?" the Kazekage asked. "The village elders are suspicious of Ai. No courtesan has ever stepped so bravely into shinobi territory, and yet, that is all Ai ever seemed to do. They will not accept this union." Kankuro nodded his agreement and added, "The village will have lost sympathy for your relationship with the girl of the tea house, having seen her arrested." He paused for a moment, wondering if he should continue. "In the eyes of everyone but us, Ai is a traitor. And you have worked so hard to gain their trust, Gaara." A note of pleading entered Temari's voice. "All your work will be undone if you both choose to remain like this." Gaara stood straight, holding onto Ai as if he knew what was going to happen. "What are you asking me?" he asked in a dangerous whisper. Temari shared a look with Kankuro. "For the sake of the village and yourself, this relationship must end." At her words, Ai bowed her head. "We can explain?" Gaara protested. "What use in explaining?" His sister spoke in a dejected, defeated tone. "Gaara, you destroyed lives of villagers in your youth. How can you expect them to continue to trust you if you go against Yori, a trusted village elder? We can tell him. He will not back down, you know this." Temari could not meet his gaze. "We can. They are right." The Kazekage was silenced as his love spoke softly. "Ai?" Gaara whispered, her voice disbelievingly. She sounded like she had given up. "What would you have me do?" Ai looked up at him, full tears flowing freely from her eyes. "Live as your partner, as your wife? And have the village turn against you? I will not be the cause of your suffering." Taking her hands in his, Gaara held them up to his lips and kissed them. "And leaving me will not lead to that?" he asked her. "Gaara." Temari did not want to rush her brother, but in the world of politics, time is not simply time. It does not go by unnoticed. If they spent too long alone in here, it would give the council more reason to doubt Gaara. "You know what is to be done." Gaara could barely hear her. He stared at his first love with all the heartache he had ever known. It constricted and pained in his chest. He was barely able to speak as their eyes met. With a look of determination, Ai turned to Temari. "If I take on the charges, what will happen to me?" "Banishment, most likely." Ai nodded at her answer. "I will go to another house before dawn. Megumi-sama will see to it." Ai turned to Gaara, who looked at the girl he had fallen so madly in love with, and found that he could only say her name. "Ai." His bottom lip trembled. How had it come to this? Ai smiled at him softly. "You are not alone in this world, Gaara," she whispered as they put their foreheads together. "When I leave you, you will have a village on your side. You are home here and loved. Do not throw that away for me." Ai kissed the corner of his mouth and looked deep into his eyes, as they turned red and hot from the pain. "And I will not be alone," she assured him. "I will travel with each and every moment I spent with you etched into my heart. Yes, I go, wrapped in your tempest, in shades of anguish cursing the world for all the bitterness I will endure from the nights without you. But I am grateful to that storm, for it was your temper that gifted me the mark of your love." Gaara shook his head. He didn't want to hear these things. I wonder what will become of me. The dancer almost laughed and looked dreamily up at him, as though she could see her future in his eyes. I suppose I will fade to legend as the girl who once glimpsed the blood love in your eyes, Kazekage. Do not fear for me or worry for me. I will become the watery and misted image of the girl who once had your heart, and that is more than any woman in this world could ask for. I love you, Gaara. He brought her into a rough and fierce embrace, not wanting to let her go. Into his chest she whispered, "This is where our destinies part." Tearing herself away from him, the agony of parting began to rise up inside of AI as she took one last look at him, before turning and walking away. After a few steps, she found her veil was held taut, stopping her from moving forward. She waited with her head bowed for him to come up behind her, put a finger beneath her chin and turn her back to face him. "How can I live without you, love?" Gaara gasped. "I prayed for you in every breath." AI reached up with her veil and dried his face, shaking her head as though to tell him to speak no more. "How can I live through the pain of loving you, of wanting you, of needing you?" He was begging her for answers, so close to falling onto his knees for her. "Forever will I long for you. Forever I will worship you. You and nothing else." Gaara kissed her deeply, causing Temari to exit the room hurriedly, for she did not want Gaara to see her cry. Kankuro followed after her. "This wretched bloodlove, it has made us false enemies, but gifted us a moment in each other's hearts. There, you and I will remain," she said sweetly. "I love you, AI. I love you, Gaara." With one finally longing look at each other, fingertips untwined from one another, the utter pain of loss engulfed them. The red, defected, unearthly love had found its victim. The cursed destiny of AI and Gaara, written by the gods, had come to its tragic end. Upon trembling legs, and with a heavy heart, AI left Gaara's office. Out in the corridor, AI came across Temari, who was sobbing in her brother's arms. They looked at one another. "Temari-sama." The women embraced as AI tried her hardest not to cry. She knew she had to walk past the council members. She would not let them think she was broken. "Thank you for bringing our brother back to us," Temari whispered. As they released each other, Kankuro praised the young dancer. "AI, I'm so sorry," was all he could say. AI nodded. She was ready to take on the role of a traitor if it was to save her beloved. Why be sorry when the destiny befits the destined? Yuri, who had grown tired of waiting in the council room, approached the three stood outside the Kazekage's office. "You may be beautiful, young one, but you are a whore. Do not besmirch the halls of Kage any longer. Be gone." AI, who would not let her emotional turmoil be belittled, actually smiled. "Besmirch the halls?" she repeated. "Have you such pride that you cannot see past my beauty and status to see a heart? It beats with blood, as does yours, elder," she snapped. "You speak as if you have honor to defend. That would be a curious thing, wouldn't it?" AI whispered, taking a step towards him. "A courtesan with honor. Laughable. Just as laughable as your age tactics, Yuri-sama." Temari and Kankuro shifted nervously behind her. They could not protect her from Yuri, or else they would be accused of helping a traitor. AI was not backing down. "The Kazekage will not be so easily removed from power. See my banishment not as your victory, but as his sacrifice. Do not speak to me as though I am unjust. It is not in a courtesan's destiny to be married," the elder retorted. "And yet," AI spoke patronizingly, "we often find ourselves in the company of husbands. Curious, wouldn't you say?" Yuri sniffed in indignation at her words. "What are you implying, whore? That he who frequents alleys of disrepute do so unashamedly?" AI raised her voice to the shock of those gathered. "The children born in brothels are of your ilk, Yuri-sama. They are born of aristocratic fathers. Perhaps I have danced beside your daughter, your sister? How dare you?" Yuri's face contorted in rage. "I dare because I am not fearful of you." With this, AI smirked, knowing the old food knew he could not intimidate her. She had already lost all there was to lose. Without Gaara, what was there in her life? "I will remember our parting, AI. For your sake, be sure to." With the last word, AI gathered herself, lifted her head high, and walked out of the palace of Suna, hiding to those who saw only the back of her, the fear in her eyes, and the pain of loss in her frown, for she had lost everything in only the early hours of the morning. AI walked out into the world unknown, uncertain of her future and fearful for her beloved Kazekage. Forces unknown were at work, etching out the tale of the bloodlove, calling upon gods and kismet to write out the destinies of the two star-crossed lovers. War was steadily approaching on the horizon. The Kazekage would be faced with battle soon. And into the world unknown, a songbird set flight, unaware that her fate was rushing towards her. The palace of Sunagekure was on fire. The temple in the center of the magnificent building was cast into burning white and orange flame, crackling and spitting, shooting sparks up into the air. The stars were obscured from view, as thick dark smoke spewed out from the window above the shrine. The unbearable heat sucked out all moisture from the atmosphere, making the air barely breathable. It had started when a glass lantern, that had once belonged to a girl called Love, was tipped over by a frightful wind. It had entered the shrine behind a boy filled with the desperation and agony of heartache. That wicked breeze had followed the tail of his cloak and swept around the room when the boy's red-stained, hurt-filled eyes merely glanced up at the statue of Raijin and cursed the ancient god. Obscuring the hellish scene from those outside the temple was sparkling, burning sand that spun around the figure of the boy, merely giving glimpses to a terrified audience of the havoc he wreaked inside the holy room. "Gaara, please stop this," his elder sister, unable to use her powers to blow away the sand for fear of increasing the height of the flames, cried helplessly from the doorway. Beside her, one of Gaara's students tried to put on a brave face. Matsuri clenched her fists to her chest, closed her eyes, and shouted through the tumbling sand and crackling fire, "Gaara-sama, it will be okay." But she was terrified of the sight of dark-rimmed eyes as they turned to her. She gasped, her legs trembling, knocking her knees together, as Sabaka no Gaara turned his head to her slowly. That look on his face, the utter pain of loss, gripped her voice in her throat, and would not let her say any more. Beside her, Kankuro watched on in horror along with other supporters of Gaara. From the small crowd, Temari called out to her brother, "Kankuro, can't you?" Humph. The crowd turned as someone scoffed from behind them. In the dancing shadows from the fire Gaara had started, Indo Yuri stood with his supporters. Temari's eyes narrowed on him. Let the child be. He knows no better than violent tantrums. After all, the Kazekage sister hoisted her hand over her shoulder to grab her fan, only to find her brother's hand resting there, a grave look on his face, telling her not to be drawn into confrontation. And so, with heavy hearts and barely suppressed repulsion, the Kazekage's family and friends watched the vicious man walk away from Gaara's ruination. In the darkness of the hallways, a few minutes later, Yuri found a quiet spot. Barely any light, only the one lantern in the corner, only the sound of a fountain nearby. He turned to his group of 5 men, all stood, eagerly awaiting to hear the next part of the plan. Yuri stroked his beard and looked around at his men, his aged face half showing a smirk of triumph. "This is good," he huffed proudly. "That is Gaara's support he sets fire to, and the wretched boy will burn as a result of his own self-destruction." The smiles on the faces of his men faded slightly as, from the darkness behind Yuri, a strange sound issued. Like a heavy marble, something was rolling along the floor to them. They took stance, prepared to fight. The tension in the atmosphere eased as, out of the dark corner, rolled a bottle of sake. Yuri tooted impatiently. Probably a cat and a drunkard in the palace gardens. He turned back to his men. "We shall reclaim Suna by the fall. That's a shame. I was hoping to redecorate my office in the fall." The men in front of Yuri jumped as the Kazekage emerged out of the shadows. With red eyes and darker circles than usual, Gaara praised members of the rebellion against him with a reckless, almost joking manner. This earned a shake of the head from Yuri, who turned almost in disbelief before he realized what Gaara was up to. The boy setting fire to the temple was a sand clone. A distraction put up as a forereaction from Gaara to convince the village he was upset. Which he was, there could be no doubt. But it had to be something big, something that could be over within a day before they could see things return to normal. Yuri's gaze narrowed on the Kazekage. Was he that smart? Was he that adept to politics, that he knew the game was played subtly, over years? Gaara seemed to figure out what was on the elder's mind, and so he bowed his head a little and smiled. Do not mistake my inexperience for naivety, Yuri-sama, he growled. Suspected instead as the reckless and ambitious drive that will thwart any plans you have to overthrow me. Yuri stepped forward aggressively. Foolish child dash. You think taking love from me will work this time? Gaara asked loudly. Like it did in my childhood? The princely man scoffed. I am no longer the man I was. He took a step towards Yuri, feeling his own power brimming beneath the surface, the laugh of a forgotten Shikaku echoing in his head as he watched Yuri's supporters step back in fear. Gaara leant forwards and whispered to his enemy, I will not be weakened by your exile. Gaara shot the men behind Yuri a look daring them to come closer as he moved towards their leader. You would do well to watch the shadows behind you, Elder. Take notice of the floorboards that creak a little louder nowadays, and the way your breath stifles in fear when you look at me. Are you threatening me, boy? Yes, Gaara said, standing to his full height, delighted to hear a note of fear in Yuri's voice. If you do any more to anyone I love, I will kill you. He addressed the group. If any of your men so much as glance at my sister, I will remove their eyes. If any of you ask to meet Kankuro for a drink in the evening, you will meet me instead, and I will bring upon you a most gruesome end. Do not take me lightly. His gaze traveled back to Yuri, whose wrinkled face was screwed up in frustration and fear. I am no longer the demon child you created, Yuri, the Kazekage sighed. I even pity you, living out the last years of your life pursuing the hopeless task of overthrowing me. Gaara almost laughed. Stew in your bitterness, squirm in your failure, and curse my success. I have learned of strength outside of the battlefield. Test it if you dare. Standing straight, Gaara nodded to Yuri with a smirk. Good night, Elder. As Gaara walked away from the group, he kept his ears open for any sign that they would pursue him. They did not. His attempt to shake them with fear had been successful. Yuri was only powerful because of the men around him. There was no way he could take Gaara on his own. Without followers, Yuri was useless. It was much like Yuri's own plan to overthrow Gaara, take his followers away, and watch him fade to nothingness. The Elder had tried to take AI away in an attempt to get Gaara to destroy himself, but the young Kazekage was too courageous, too proud, to let such a thing happen. He would not let AI's banishment be in vain. Entering his office, Gaara took a seat at his desk. He had faked the temple fire to the ignorance of the village, in order to give them a moment of fear. In the morning he would emerge calm and apologetic, sincere and young, and they would all breathe easy. It was a simple task of, for appearance's sake, acting exactly how the village would expect Gaara to react, before showing them all that he had changed. He had taken Yuri's attempt to overthrow him, and used it to his advantage. Of course, Gaara, who was becoming more accustomed to the way politics worked, planned to remain so ahead of Yuri's game that he even placed himself in the darkness of Yuri's path that evening just to frighten him and his men, just to show him exactly how in control Gaara was. Once Yuri figured this out, it was a matter of days before his men abandoned him and joined Gaara. Leaning back in his chair, the Kazekage gave a smile of relief. AI had given him a strength he had not known before. He was doing well. That did not mean that the pain of her leaving was gone. His hand traveled up to his chest and clutched at the material of his red cloak before his eyes closed tightly. Leaning forwards, the Kazekage cursed himself as tears escaped his eyes. The smell of sake swirled around him, making him angry that he had drunk in an attempt to numb the pain. He was so distraught in that moment that he couldn't even look up as his office door opened. Well? He heard his sister say, did it work? But Temari stopped short of the desk as she felt another piece of her heart flake away. Gaara. She spoke his name softly before holding out her arms to him. Gaara could just make out, in his bleary vision, Temari walking around his desk with arms outstretched. Through gasps of hurt, Gaara remained seated but turned to her as she approached and embraced her. With his head against her stomach, Gaara clung to the back of her dress and tried to calm down. Gaara, you are loved here, Temari repeated AI's words softly. I understand that it is not in my fate to be truly happy. Temari winced as she heard Gaara say this. She was going to protest, to tell him happiness would come his way, but her brother would not hear it. But I don't understand why I have to be tortured too. Why won't the world leave me in misery? Why does it have to remind me of her? Temari looked down at her brother's red hair, unsure of what he was saying. Gaara, no. Gaara turned away from Temari, stood quickly, and slammed his fist down on the table, making her jump. He looked around the room, his eyes dancing wildly, as though searching for an intruder. He walked to the windows. Gaara? The blonde shinobi spoke his name softly. What are you doing? She asked as he began to shut the windows of his office, shutting out their voices. Gaara shouted back, pulling the last window shut. Their words travel in on a silken breeze, and do nothing but cause me agony. Temari watched, a weight sinking in her stomach, as Gaara put his hands to his ears. Whose voices? She asked, dreading the answer. Shikaku, Gaara grumbled, shutting his eyes as though it would help. And Renai? Renai? His sister asked herself quietly. Her attention was snatched away as Gaara fell to his knees. She ran to him, watching the door, begging Kankuro to come in and help her. They do nothing but torture me, Gaara muttered into Temari's dress as she held him. They won't let me rest. They ask me so many questions. Questions? Where is she? Where has she gone? The boy looked up at Temari as her eyes filled with tears. Do you know? Can you answer them? Gaara pleaded with her, grasping tight onto the sleeves of her dress. As Temari shook her head, tears fell from her eyes' lashes. She watched her brother look out to the night sky and frown as though he could see her there. That pale rosebud? That heavenly light? He asked. Where has love disappeared to? Why does she leave traces of herself in my life? Gaara's gaze softened as he caught sight of the moon, his eyes unfocused, his breathing heavy. The crescent moon is love looking over her shoulder and smiling at me. The tinkle of water from the fountains is the melody of her footsteps. She's in the sky, she is in the air. His lip trembled as he lowered his gaze to the floor. I am here, living in pieces. Is she out there, living in pieces too? Temari could not answer him. The girl was lost for words. How could she explain the voice of Shikaku? The voice of a goddess? What was happening here? Temari waited for Kankuro to enter the office. He helped her lift up a swaying Gaara, unsteady on his feet, and escort him to his bedroom. The two older San siblings stared at each other in what felt like the loneliest moment they had ever suffered. So many questions were going unanswered, so many thoughts were going unsaid. Was Gaara in control of himself? How did Shikaku's voice remain with him? Why should Gaara hear the voice of a goddess? How much had their little brother drunk? But there was a more pressing question that lingered in Temari's mind as she loosened her hair free, walking away from Gaara's room after fighting him to sleep. She sighed, going to place her hair ties around her wrist. Watching the elastic ribbon stretch and suddenly snap under pressure, she gasped. Was the ruling of Sunagakure hanging by a thread? The courtesan world is built, just like any another, amidst a cruel and unforgiving hierarchy. The class system there mirrors that of polite society. That way, customers and courtesans can be easily matched. Great houses, present in each country, are the highest of courtesan society, catering to the rich and noble. The tea house was one of the 5 great houses of the Land of Wind. Below that are the Hakanosu, honeycomb, houses which engage with the middle ranks of society, and beneath them, at the lowest rung in courtesan society, are the chawan, rice bowl, houses which take care of the rest of the shadows that wander through the darkest parts of town. It was towards the Hakanosu that Ai was walking. Her carriage had pulled up outside a long cobbled driveway that led to the house. A few drivers and servants had gathered her belongings from the cart and were racing up to the building, so she did not have to wait for them. Walking in a blue dress, wrapped in a gray, Ai glanced up to see dark skies. She paused for a moment and watched gray clouds sway, blocking out the sunlight. Being a girl from the desert, she had never seen such a strange sight. How odd that the sky was not the color of her eyes today, and instead was the color of the shroud Megumi had wrapped her in before she left. Thinking about her teacher, Ai glanced down to the dark, rocky, mossy ground and fought back tears. Megumi, the other girls of the tea house, had hid their faces behind their veils as they wept and watched the moon leave their home. Her sensei had packed Ai's belongings and, as is tradition when a courtesan is exiled, gave her a veil which resembled a funeral shroud, and a single shard of a broken diamond. Its jagged and sharp edge had glittered inside the veil as AI peered inside and removed it to keep it safely. AI's face screwed up in pain as she thought about how Megumi could not bear to see her go and had to retire to her quarters, leaving a goodbye unuttered. The Moonlight Girl looked up as she heard the doors of the house creaking open ahead of her. AI had traveled to the edge of the Land of Wind to where it met the borders of the village Rain. Here, the buildings were gray and motionless, unlike in Suna where everything was gold and warm. She could smell nothing but dampness, no jasmine flowers to ease the breeze which was chilling her to the bone. The sounds here were different too. No bird singing, no tinkling of wind chimes, just the harsh calls of cart drivers to one another as their horses' hooves thudded against the rocky roads. The building in front of AI was intimidating and imposing. With matte gray walls, a darkened doorway, and no signs of life, the place looked gothic and dreary, more like a prison than the one she had to endure in Sunagakure. With a small gulp to calm her fear, our songbird looked completely out of place with her silk shoes becoming wet against the damp stone floor, and her diamond jewelry being the only thing glittering for miles. Approaching the house, she could just about make out that the doors were open and giving view of a black corridor lined with silver lanterns. AI jumped as suddenly two girls emerged on either side of the doorway. Their faces were hidden by raspberry-colored veils. Dark curls of hair and rose-red lips were all that could be seen. AI, like a child seeing a china doll and being told not to touch, examined them as secretly as she could. She ascended the steps into the hallway slowly and noticed their fair skin and dark hair. The clothes they wore were very similar to hers, except their blouses were cropped at the waist, giving a view of their midriffs. AI had heard the courtesan clothing varied from house to house, and wondered if she would be expected to wear the same. "Come this way." AI jumped as the girls spoke in unison. The doors behind her shut with a loud thud that echoed down the passageway, shutting her away in the darkness. Locked doors, silver bolts, and shiny keyholes lined the hallway, but it seemed AI was not needed in any of these rooms. The girls walked, perfectly in sync, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the hall. Out of habit, AI took a moment to align the speed of her footsteps with theirs so their anklets chimed at the same time. But the sound of her anklets seemed to be the only thing breathing life into this place. It was dead as the darkness inside of it. AI's heart was beating a little faster. She could feel her skin beginning to burn with the surge of adrenaline caused by fear. The two girls took her into a large room, almost as big as the first circular hall AI had danced in at the tea house. But this room was equally dark as the rest of the place, barely lit by a few low-hanging chandeliers, giving light to a dark green tiled floor and a few mirrors on the wall. AI was so busy trying to see through the darkness that she jumped as, in a melodramatic fashion, several chandeliers burst into flame and gave light to the room. Now, looking around, AI could see other girls in raspberry red, veils over their faces, stood along the edges of the room as though keeping watch over her. It gave AI the impression of a cult initiation ceremony. At the head of the room, where all the cushions and low sofas were, presumably for customers during performance, was a black throne-like chair in which sat a very beautiful girl, with dark blonde curls and angled, green eyes. She sat in a raspberry-colored dress just like the other girls. Her status as owner of the house was given away by the thick, red velvet shawl she wrapped around herself. Gold embellishments of hand-stitched leaves glittered on the shawl, sparkling in her eyes, as they narrowed on AI with a mischievous glint. "Welcome," she explained dramatically, sat with one leg over the other, a malicious, hungry smirk on her face, and the air of someone arrogant, to Katsu. A/N. See end of chapter for explanation of house name. AI was about to lower her head in a modest greeting but was jarred slightly when the girl gave her no time and delved into dialogue. "I am Lena, owner of this establishment." The girl's left leg bounced up and down as though eager to meet AI, who stood, a little overwhelmed and unable to find her voice. This girl was, well, loud. She had manners the like of which AI had never seen in a courtesan. "Well, let us greet you with the usual formalities. It is customary for us to interrogate a new girl whenever she seeks work with us. Is the agreeable with you? AI thought for a moment, and had hoped she could speak privately with Lena in a bid to keep her private affairs out of the earshot of the rest of these girls. Yes or no, pretty one? Lena twirled a blonde curl between her fingers and enjoyed the look on AI's face as color rose in her cheeks. AI, deciding it was rude not to follow along, nodded. Why yes. Your name? AI. As the dancer said this, her interrogator bowed her head and looked at AI with a bored, almost mocking expression. A courtesan called Love? Lena teased her. How original. AI's skin was beginning to burn with embarrassment as she heard the girls around the room begin to giggle at Lena's words in melodramatic fashion. It says here you perform katak, A/N. This is AI's dance style, correct? AI cleared her throat. Yes. How many bells on your anklets? 50 for performance, 100 between them. And only 24, but AI was cut short as Lena gasped loudly, exaggerating her surprise. 100? My goodness, you could buy this whole place if a single bell were sold, I'm sure. AI looked to the floor. She was coming from one of the great houses, where money was no issue. Here, in a Hakanosu, money was harder to come by. The difference in wealth between AI and the other girls was bound to find some grievances. It seemed this struck a nerve with Lena too, who shifted in her seat, her smirk gone, replaced with a look of disdain. Your customers, she began. How many so far? It was AI's turn to shift uncomfortably. Two? Lena exclaimed. Higher up in society, courtesans were expected to have long relationships with clients, so it is not unusual for AI to have only courted 2 men. But for a girl from a Hakanosu, the idea of 2 men by age 19 was simply inefficient business etiquette. What's wrong with you? As she asked the question, she took in the sight of AI wrapped up in diamonds and seemed to realize, oh, never mind. On top or beneath? The smile returned to Lena's face. Even AI smiled a little. It was practically a trick question. There was an elusive third answer all courtesans know. Whatever the client asks for. Lena smiled at her answer. Spit or swallow. Whatever the client asks for. Chosen contraceptive? Oral contraceptive. As AI spoke, Lena's sing-song-like teasing voice lost its melody. The pill? Only? What are you sleeping with virgins? The blonde scoffed. AI looked the girl straight in the eye and spoke softly. I retain clients with ease. AI answered to Lena's surprise. This courtesan from high society was implying Lena's shock is due to the fact that she was no more than a prostitute. AI was belittling Lena's standing as a courtesan, stripping it down to no more than sex. It is a grave insult between girls in their profession. Is that so? Lena raised an eyebrow. Name your longest client. The current Kazekage flames around the room sparked as the girls erupted into fits of laughter upon hearing the word Kazekage. Lena almost fell out of her throne. Sabaka no Gaara? She threw her head back and clutched her stomach as she laughed. Eventually, her laughter subsided to a malevolent and smug smirk. She stood from her throne and gestured to AI. Your lips are mere unfurling blossoms. How did you survive the bites of the Jinchuriki? Your breasts are supple and barely touched. How did you go unscathed by the claws of the keeper of the one-tails? Lena raised her voice as the girls around the room all whispered to one another. Your legs are but slender branches of a birch tree. How did they keep up with the vigor of a man who is said to be the strongest Kazekage in history? The demon, the rogue, he who murdered for the sheer joy of taking life, he whose strength and good looks are celebrated around the world. How did you survive love? Tell me. Barely. AI breathed and, in a single movement, unwrapped her veil, so it fell to the floor. The dress she wore had no sleeves, merely straps, giving view of her shoulders, arms, and décolletage. Along her skin, dark marks, healing bruises, teeth marks, scratches. She stood. The room fell quiet. All looked on at the girl with glowing skin, the face of an innocent nymph, as she bowed her head and stood so vulnerable and delicate before them. Clearly she had endured worse things than their teasing. Lena gulped upon seeing the soft burning pink of AI's flesh. That Gaara? AI looked up as Lena's voice changed. She looked half impressed, half curious. I'd let him take a bite out of me. the girl said almost to herself, earning a limp smile from AI. Lena looked up at the girl from the tea house, and suddenly her arrogant smirk was displaced by a solemn and serious look. "Are you really the one they talk about?" she asked quietly. "The Inori prayer? The poem come to life? The victim of the cursed blood love?" Enough. AI was stopped short as a loud voice echoed from behind her in the hall. She turned to see, in the golden light, an older woman in the most shocking shade of pink AI had ever seen. Her eyes wanted to blink in order to get the color out of her sight, for it was so bright. "No need to look so frightened." AI turned back to Lena as she spoke. Our dancer raised an eyebrow. Why was Lena acting so differently all of a sudden? Like a surly child being told off? "Oh, great Utsukushi, pretty one. We are humbled by your visit." Lena bowed in an overly dramatic fashion to a completely baffled AI. "I said enough." The older woman, who was fast approaching the pair, shouted at Lena, who smiled mischievously at her. "Don't you have some poor village boy to emasculate, Lena?" the woman asked scathingly as she approached AI. "And give me my shawl, for goodness sake." AI's gaze was fixed on the woman beside her, who was rattling some curse words off at Lena with great enthusiasm, and snatching back her shawl in haste. But AI was no longer listening to the words coming out of her mouth. Her hair, her eyes, her lips, the way her single lock of gray hair flopped forwards over her eyes. The woman turned to her, glittering in gold and pink. She looked at AI expectantly, but the girl was having trouble getting any words out. Maria." The woman nodded along as though encouraging AI to speak. "But you may call me Ruby. It is how my customers know me." AI gasped as the woman, who was a foot taller than her and a little round, winked at her. But AI was still speechless. The woman smiled knowingly. "Do I remind you of someone?" Megumi does not mention her twin sister at all, I'm sure." The woman rolled her eyes and picked up AI's shawl before wrapping the girl in it. "She keeps company with such lofty heights of society that I think her head is in the clouds." Megumi's twin sister threw her head back and laughed, her booming cackle echoing in the hall. "I am the fun one, my dear," Ruby said sweetly. "Now let me look at you." The woman took AI by the shoulders and guided her into the light. Once by a tall candelabra, AI attempted to smooth down her hair and brush it away from her face. Ruby's smile faded. This girl, she mused as she looked at those big blue eyes and rosebud lips, was so incredibly young. Had she even felt the harshness of the heat of the sun against her fair skin? A small smile of nostalgia played on Ruby's lips as she thought of her sister and how Megumi would speak so fondly of AI. "You are beautiful," just as she said. Ruby began to walk around AI and look her up and down as though inspecting her. Small waist, full lips, hair like dark clouds of the night. She came full circle to face AI again and put a hand gently against the girl's face. "You look like the mold the creator made the first woman from." Her hand dropped from AI's face, and she wrinkled her nose in thought, inspecting the girl closely. "Of course, that means you were made before the invention of eyebrow threading or hair dye." Another booming laugh which made AI jump. She looked over to Lena, who was stood in the background, smiling a little. "Not to worry, we'll see to it you're taken care of." The owner of the house seemed to notice AI's face fall a little at her last comment. "Oh, please don't take my criticism so harshly, pretty one. You must know our business runs on our looks." AI nodded slowly, her fatigue getting the better of her. Ruby smiled at her fondly. "You are tired, and it seems you have come wrapped up in rain clouds. Are you the one who brought the storm?" "Storm? Oh yes, you were raised in Suna." Ruby's smile widened. "Would you like to see the rain?" "Rain?" As AI spoke dreamily, Ruby raised an eyebrow. "For the one they talk so highly of, you sure are a little slow, my dear." AI simply looked at Ruby with unfocused eyes. "You are tired. Then I look forward to meeting you in the morning when we can become properly acquainted with the skylark of the tea house. Sleep a little, won't you?" she asked sweetly. "Yes." AI nodded and Ruby gestured for her to follow two girls out of the hall. The girls came to stand on either side of her, and AI prepared to walk out of the room. "AI?" She halted as Ruby called her name. "One moment." AI turned back to her. "May I see it?" "See?" the girl asked slowly. "Kiswato." Ruby smiled softly. the mark of the bloodlove. AI, who wore her hair with a side parting in an attempt to hide the scar in the middle of her forehead, pushed up her dark locks away from her face to reveal the diagonal cut Gaara had scarred her with months ago. My goodness, Ruby gasped and breathed heavy, as though witnessing some king of divine miracle. AI let down her hair. So it is real. Walking up to AI, the elder courtesan put a hand on AI's shoulder. Do not for a moment let sadness dampen your day. Heartache is what ties us courtesans together. The young girl's eyes danced around Ruby's face, as though waiting for the older woman to start laughing at her. When AI saw that Ruby was sincere, her bottom lip trembled, and she fell into the woman's embrace. Ruby put her lips against AI's head and kissed her. I am sorry. We are your family now. You are home and safe here. AI cried a little against Ruby's bosom before standing straight and wiping her eyes. After a quick thank you, AI was escorted out of the room. Ruby and Lena watched her go. None of you are to trouble her, Ruby announced to the room at large. If I hear a word of it, I will kick you out faster than the wives who follow their husbands here. Why does she get special treatment? As Lena asked this, Ruby rolled her eyes. Only you, Lena, could mistake kindness for favoritism. She knows nothing of the world. Look at her. Ruby gestured to the doorway through which AI had disappeared. Have you ever seen someone so naive? We are her family now. Treat her as delicately as a newborn child. She is your younger sister. She was banished from the court of the Hokage. Lena scoffed. Be that as it may, she reminds me of her father. Ruby smiled sweetly. She has the luxury of knowing a parent too. Rumor is she was not born of this world. Her sensei spoke dreamily. Arawara no Kai chanced upon her. Where a star fell into the sea. Do all courtesans speak with such tiresome metaphor? Lena shook her head with impatience. They speak the language of gods. You would do well to appreciate her eloquence. Ruby shouted back to Lena as she began to walk out of the hall, but Lena, who stood with her arms folded, tooted quietly. I have no time for crybabies. Please review, smiley face. Hey, so for those of you wishing to really bring this whole courtesan hierarchy thing to life, I would advise these videos for each of the types of courtesans mentioned. Great houses, Umrao John, any song, Pakiza, any song. Just YouTube these names and songs will come up. You can have a look through. In fact, the song Thay Rahio from Pakiza is the first song I learned to dance to. Hakanosu. The song Main Vari Vari from the movie Mongdal Pandi, or Ram Chahi Leela from the movie Ram Leela. Do you see the slight difference? Brighter colors, faster music, little more. In your face, winky face, Chawans. Mara Dil Mufka from the movie Agent Vinud. You may disagree with me on this, but I find this song tacky as hell. Definitely for a Chawan. Or Lovely from Happy New Year, which is basically pole dancing. See the difference? Much louder, faster music and more revealing clothes. Now you guys can Google the term Lahengda and pay attention toddy cropped blouses. Also, look at the level I go to make this story as original as possible. I know you all appreciate, smiley face. All the vids will be up on the Tumblr. The month of August passed with muted colors and deathly heat. The Hokage remained unseen most of the time. He very rarely left the palace, and the village felt the pain of his loss. Sunagakure was living as though in mourning. The festive and jubilant atmosphere that AI and Gaara's relationship had created was no replaced with a somber and even bitter ambience. Villagers would pass by the palace, hoping to sneak a glimpse of the Hokage as he walked from a meeting to his office, but there was no sign of him. The palace seemed empty. Only Gaara's siblings knew of what was happening behind closed doors. Gaara remained in silence most days, only speaking to them if he needed work done urgently. The Hokage sometimes missed meetings or canceled his lessons with elders and other shinobi at short notice. Gaara had drawn back into himself, barely uttering a word to anyone, not greeting his students with the usual nod of his head. Twice that month, Temari or Kankuro would find Gaara slumped over his office desk, breathing heavy, an empty bottle of sake rolling under his desk. Temari could barely stand it. Her little brother had had to endure so much, and now he had to intoxicate himself when the pain of being alone became too much. He had hated the taste, the smell, the feeling of intoxication only a month ago. Now, however, It seemed he was living to plan the nights where he could get away with it. It was, in Temari's opinion, the sick and twisted fate of a childhood of neglect. Not only that, Kankuro mused, it was this bizarre, almost magical, fantastical experience Gaara was having that caused him to drink. He mumbled to them in his unconscious state about hearing AI's voice, about hearing Shikaku. Kankuro had ever suggested Gaara come with him, back to the tea house, to remember that there are other women out there in the world. But it was no use. The siblings were at their wits' end. Who could they call upon to talk sense into their little brother? It was Temari who thought of her. Hana-sama, Gaara's tutor in everything outside of the shinobi world, was a kind and pragmatic woman. With an aged face, thin and translucent like paper, Hana came with wisdom and grace to rival any scholar. Surely she, who had watched Gaara grow up, who had taught him since childhood, would know a few wise words to say to this lost soul. Now, she ascended the steps to his office, taking slow, careful steps, wincing at the pain in her hips with every movement. She wore a simple, blossom pink kimono, and had her hair tied in her usual tight bun that sat proudly on top of her head. As she approached the door to the Kazekage's office, she panted a little, reflecting on the fact that it was clear she was not long for this world. Without knocking, she entered Gaara's office. What is this selfish nature of yours, Kazekage, that you refuse to see me 3 weeks in a row? As she spoke, Gaara jumped slightly, away from his bookshelf from which he had taken a brown-aged book from. He bowed to her as she entered, his long red cloak licking the floor as he did so. My deepest apologies, Hana-sama. He sounded sincere and stood again. I have been busy with work. Nonsense. As she spoke, she noticed Gaara stop as though she was going to carry on, as though she was going to make the conversation a little more lighthearted. But the woman did not. She simply called his excuse nonsense, and stood waiting for him to say more. The Kazekage was a little disturbed by this sudden interruption, and recovered from it before walking over to his desk and saying casually, I have a backlog of missions to review. Nonsense. Again, Gaara stopped at his desk chair. That single word that saw right through him. He had been ignoring her and everyone else in his council, but Gaara thought he was doing it very stealthily. It seemed Hana-sama was not buying into his ruse. Gaara spoke slowly, lowering himself into his chair, trying to figure out as she had figured him out, pressing matters. Non. Do you have nothing else to say? The Kazekage spoke abruptly, almost shocked when Hana-sama helped herself to a seat opposite him, practically inviting herself into his life. The boy and woman stared at one another. She took in the side of his skin which was looking gray and tired. His eyes, usually clear ocean pools, were now stained with red. It was clear Gaara was not as well as he claimed he was. A delicate breeze entered the office and twirled around them as they continued their standoff. It has been almost a month since her departure, Gaara-kun. The boy's gaze finally broke away from his teachers. He could not bear to think about AI. Will you not return to your usual routine now? Gaara swallowed hard. I'm afraid I can't. The first truthful thing he had said all month. Gaara knew he could not fool someone who had experienced as much of life as Hana-sama had. She knew every face a person could make, every emotion they could feel. There was no use keeping up a guard. Hana folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. Oh, I do not know what my usual routine is anymore. I feel as though my life has been torn apart. Gaara looked to the floor and spoke softly. I am in pieces. I do not know how to put myself back together. I fumble from task to task, hoping for some guidance, but there is none. He looked to her as though pleading, there is none because I am supposed to be in control of everything. I am the guider, not the guided. And yet, I sit here hoping someone else will take the reins. Gaara stopped speaking quickly. He could hear his voice about to break. He was finding it difficult to cope with the title he had been given. Without AI, his strength was slowly withering away. He found that he could not face the world anymore. The role of Kazekage was never given to anyone who was weak of heart or spirit. You are strong, Gaara-kun. You will see this to the end. Hana spoke clearly, and with good advice. But the Kazekage looked up at her, with the same tired eyes. To what end? Upon hearing this, Hana smiled to herself. You are just like Karura. Upon hearing this name, Gaara's eyes suddenly filled with light. He looked at Hana as though just realizing she was there. "My mother?" he asked urgently. "You knew my mother? Dear boy, she was my pupil before your father was." Gaara was utterly dumbfounded as she said this. What? You never mentioned this before. His whole life, he had glimpsed Hana around the palace, and she had taken on the position of his tutor only a year ago, and acted as though she knew very little about him. To hear that she knew his mother was baffling. "When your father was alive, he told me it was best not to mention anything to you." Hana shrugged. "Now that he has passed on, I feel the time has come to guide you a little." The Kazekage's mind was racing with questions. His relationship with his parents was worse than non-existent. It was fueled by hate and distrust. But his mother, who Gaara had never known, forever remained a mystery to him. He had been told as a child that she resented his birth, but deep down, he would have given anything to meet her. A part of him could not believe it, even though it is what fueled his blood-soaked childhood and early adolescence. A part of him was always hoping someone would come and tell him otherwise. Was this that moment? Did his mother have words meant for him, sent through Hana-sama? Gaara leant forwards, his work forgotten, his sorrow held in uncertainty. "What did you mean?" he asked. "My mother was your pupil before father was." Hana sat back in her chair, ready to recite the story she had kept secret for 20 years. "I was a private tutor," she began, her aged voice the perfect fit to tell a story, living on the outskirts of the village, when I received word a young girl from a noble family was in need of tutelage. She looked at Gaara pointedly. "You know of your mother's clan?" The boy shook his head. He knew very little of his ancestry. It had been hidden from him. "A great family, full of scholars, wonderful musicians. Your noble heritage comes from your mother's side. They are one of the founding families of this village," Hana informed him. Many thought Gaara was raised in a wealthy home, because his father was the Kazekage, but this was untrue. It was his mother's status and family's prestige that saw to that. He had no idea. Upon turning 13, Karura's parents wanted her to become familiar with politics, philosophy, law, so that she could one day attend the court of the Kazekage as an advisor. "That's how she met my father." "She was his advisor?" Hana smiled as Gaara asked eagerly, wanting to get to the important part of the story faster. "Not quite." Her smile played like a crack across her face, crooked and full of character. "I met your mother 2 weeks after her 13th birthday. She was bright, particularly astute when it came to politics, and incredibly, she searched for a word to do Karura justice, gentle. The most gentle human being I have ever met. Even more than that moonbeam of yours." She nodded to Gaara, noticing some of the light fade from his eyes, as she reminded him of AI. "That dancing girl had a temper to match yours, I hear." Gaara nodded a little, trying not to think about it. Hana-sama was lucky she caught Gaara on a good day. This time of the night, on the days when the heartache was unbearable, she would have found him unable to have a conversation. No, Hana caught his attention once more. Karura was delicate, not like AI. And when she turned 19, her parents wished her to be married. So a meeting was set up between Karura's family to meet another family, who had a son a few years older than her. They were a shinobi family, famous for their bloodline technique, the ability to control sand. They were supposedly raising the next Kazekage, a fine young shinobi called Raza. Gaara fries. "My parents had an arranged marriage." Karura shook her head, beginning to laugh. Oh, how Karura hated him the moment she heard his name, she explained, a large smile on her face. How she hated the idea of marriage, of settling down, becoming a wife. It did not sit well with her. Suddenly this gentle girl became a hurricane. She cursed her parents and ran away. Ran away? Yes. Took her bags, stole her favorite horse from her father's workplace, and rode all the way to Niba. Hana was almost in a fit of laughter. Her laugh was infectious. Even Gaara's mood was beginning to lift a little to hear someone laughing at his mother's action. Niba the hill station? He thought, a map of his village coming into his head, placing Niba near the edge of the country. She entered the station, prepared to board the next available train, only to find the place empty. Niba is near the village of Rain. They often suffer from electrical malfunctions, and so the entire station was abandoned for that week as they attempted to repair the electrics, she explained as Gaara raised an eyebrow. Such was her foul mood that Karura sat in the train station, alone, watching the sun set. By nightfall it was pitch black, but your mother was courageous. Unfazed by the darkness outside of her village, Karura stayed in the dark. Gaara tried to picture his mother's face, but he had not been able to look at a picture of her since he was a child, so the memory of the image was faded and tattered at the edges. She found a box of matches, but try as she might, she could not light one for they were soaked through in the rain. An hour after sunset, she heard footsteps approaching and seized up in fear. This girl had been raised in the confines of a nobleman's house. She had never been allowed outside of the village without an escort. Gaara smiled a little. His life was the same. It was a man. She said he had a gruff and tired voice, and when he sensed her presence, the two began talking. In the darkness, Karura became enchanted with the stranger. An older man, she told me. He could tell she was running from something, and gave her a lesson in philosophy that I was yet to teach her. Hana took a moment to adjust the folds of her kimono on her lap, making Gaara inch forwards at his desk, willing to hear the next part of the story. What was it? He prompted his teacher. Hana sighed, and her face held deep concentration, trying to figure out how to explain it to the boy. Man can never know if it is that our destiny rushes towards us, or that we go in search of it, she said clearly. The foolhardy will try and reason one way or another, and the brave will not waste time searching for an answer. But the only truth we can be sure of is that the moments we spend on this earth stay with us, because they are what shape us, guide us, remain in our very soul. Again, that small smile of reminiscence came upon Hana's face. He told Karura that it may have been in their destinies to meet, and it may not have been. But there was one thing he was sure of. He would remember her, and their meeting in the dark train station that night, forever. So Karura asked herself, if I cannot be sure that I am running away from my destiny, her destiny being to marry Raza, then am I doing the right thing? Of course, the only thing we can be sure of, like the stranger said, is that the moments we live through are unchanging. Gaara nodded slowly. The uncertainty of the future, and how important that uncertainty is, was something he often thought about. So what did Mother do? Hana let out an airy laugh. She was so infatuated with the stranger that she slept at the train station in the hopes she could glimpse his face in the morning. When sunlight woke her, however, he was gone. Putting a finger to her lips, Hana remembered her student's gentle face as she had recited the story. Karura went over and over in her head the words of the stranger. She had resigned herself to the idea that her destiny was to marry Raza, and so to change that she needed to run away. But now she knew that she could never be sure of that, and she would rather live through the moment than question its importance. She returned home, willing to meet him. Gaara thought for a moment, and looked up at Hana-sama from the corner of his eyes and asked, was the man at the train station my father? A sly smile spread over Hana's face. Naturally, she admitted. It was too good a story for it not to have been Raza. Karura never knew this, but your father was terrified to marry, and had run to Niba in the hopes to catch a train as well. He met a stranger there in the dark, and became besotted with that gentle voice. When the sun rose he glimpsed her face, and realized that it was Karura, the daughter of the nobleman he was to meet later that day. So he returned home, eager to meet her. And they married a year later. As she spoke, Gaara shook his head. All this talk of love and destiny, it was just confusing to him. It made him feel even more lost in a word he was trying desperately to understand. Why are you telling me this? He asked. Because your father gave Karura the idea that there is no such thing as destiny, and so she agreed to meet him. But when your father saw that the girl he met in the dark that night was actually the girl he was running away from, he changed his mind and believed it was their destiny to meet. It was this thought that pushed him to meet her family that day. Isn't that funny? It is amusing, I suppose, Gaara agreed. But they are both perfectly acceptable, wouldn't you say? In one circumstance accept that this coincidence is fate, and in another, accept it as a coincidence. Both reasonings lead them to the same happy conclusion. Gaara nodded as she spoke. Was it your destiny to meet Ai Garakuen? Hana-sama had developed a habit of surprising Gaara whenever she spoke. He looked at her with a hard, determined stare. "Yes," he said confidently. "Was it your destiny to be with her forever?" Thinking about it, really thinking about their relationship, Gaara found that he did not have an answer. "I cannot say for sure." "What can you be sure of?" Just like Karura had asked herself this question, Gaara was asked. And just like his mother, he answered that the moments spent with her were more important than any speculated kismet. Precisely. So why remain in anguish over an unfulfilled destiny? His teacher pressed him. "What do you mean? Why let your life be taken over by the sadness of a dream that you will never know the reality of?" She asked with a sincere look of sympathy. "It is time to move on, Kazekage. This is what your mother and your father realized in that train station that night. One believed in destiny, and the other did not. Yet they both moved towards the same end. They both decided not to live pining after possible futures." Gaara looked down to his desk, thinking about what had become of his life. He was only ever pining after an impossible future, it seemed. He was worrying his siblings, losing standing in his village. He needed guidance. He needed to get out of this. Just like his mother, he needed someone to show him that all was not lost. He looked up, straight into Hana's wise eyes. "What do I do?" the Kazekage asked. "Meet with the women your elders have chosen for you." Her words were met with silence. Gaara had heard this before. Then he had not liked the idea. No, however, it seemed an option. Kankuro called this a rebound. Gaara had barely finished the sentence when Hana-sama started laughing. "Good heavens, if we were all following Kankuro's advice, the palace would fall into chaos." Her laughter subsided. "It is time to consider marriage," she said seriously, and was pleasantly surprised to find that Gaara did not flinch. He did not look scared or bored. He looked serious. Marriage? He was not asking a question. He was thinking about the idea of marriage itself. "Solidify your status as Kazekage," Hana encouraged him. "Bring noble blood back into the palace. Carry on your mother's lineage." This last statement seemed to wake Gaara up. Carry on. He thought for a moment about what Hana meant. Have a child? Yes. Gaara seemed to lose all sense of anything. He blinked a few times at her before opening his mouth. But not sentence could come to mind to voice the Kazekage's fears. "That will all come in due time." His teacher shooed away any overwhelming thoughts with a wave of her hand. "For now, meet the women that we have selected. Make friends," she implored him. Friends? That did not seem like a lot to ask of him. Just that, she assured him, a few bracelets on her wrists jingling as she gestured. Begin friendships, nothing more. "And if it happens that you and she are agreeable," she smiled a little, "we may look towards a future for the two of you." The Kazekage sat and thought for a good few minutes. Perhaps it would be best to meet new people, to move on, to explore the world. He could not keep asking himself the same questions. "Where are you, AI? Why aren't you here beside me? Why are you so far away?" He swallowed hard. "What does Temari think?" he asked. "Temari agrees it is best you move on." There was no hesitation in Hana's voice. Temari had asked her to come and speak to Gaara to propose this exact idea. The Kazekage looked around the room with unease. "What did you advise my mother before she met my father?" he asked. "I told her that if she came to meet her future, she should do so with open arms and courage. She was not one to live with regrets." Gaara nodded at her. "Very well," he said finally. "We may arrange the first meeting?" He looked at Hana as she asked this, her voice sincere, her eyes full of encouragement. The Kazekage nodded. "Yes." How funny that the world should know how she felt. Water fell from the skies, as though heaven were weeping. She woke to the sound of it. Not the pitter-patter she had been warned of in stories from her childhood, but the harsh drumbeat of heavy rain against glass. It was almost deafening. The rumble of wind that wrapped the house up in a damp chill coupled with the sloshing and thundering of raindrops. The world woke AI to a sky that was declaring war. Her eyes opened slowly, and she turned on her back, amidst a mess of blankets, to face the ceiling. Slowly, the canopy of her bed, black net with small black flowers, came into view as her eyes focused. AI breathed in deeply and stole a glance about herself. The black net of the curtains that fell around her bed gave the room an even grayer, duller look than she was used to. In Suna, her room had been full of gold, splendid light, and teasing breezes. Here, the stone was gray and cold, sealing her up in solitude. She sat slowly, stretching in an unladylike manner, stifling a yawn. The month of August was nearing an end, and she was coming up to her 4th week living in Koto. This was the affectionate nickname given by the working girls to their house. It is the second kanji in the house's full name, Sukinkatsu, and is the name of the traditional harp instrument used to accompany their dances. A/N. This is completely true. Geisha in Japan use this instrument, and it is indeed the middle kanji of Sukinkatsu. I am just interrupting the narrative to boast about how amazing I am for making this work. She was still getting used to the way the place was run. No prayers in the morning, no lessons, just money to be counted and dance practices to be done. And I had shut herself away in her room for these past few weeks, claiming she had unfinished business to report on with the tea house. In truth, she sat on her bed all day reading poetry, trying desperately not to think of the boy she left behind. And I was constantly confined by her sorrow. Some nights, she would thrash in restless sleep, plagued by nightmares of being without him. Other nights she ached from the want of him. To feel Gaara's broad physique tense above her, to see his loving eyes soften in the candlelight as he loved her, she was beginning to forget his touch, his voice, his face. Perhaps it was for the better. The sooner she was rid of the thought of him, the less it would hurt. She came to this conclusion every night, but every morning the same hurt would nestle itself in her bones. Today, she was sat in the dress she wore yesterday. Too miserable to dress herself, too angry to look her reflection in the eye, she went with uncombed hair to bed, and had even kept her jewelry on. Sat now in a slightly cropped black shirt, giving a view of her belly button, and a long black skirt. Her antique silver jewelry tingled in tune with the sound of the rain. Her attention was captivated by the sound. In Koto it rained almost every day, but she had never heard it like this. It seemed to sound like her heart felt, heavy and unrelenting. Parting the curtains of her bed, Ai slipped out of the tangle of bedsheets, and proceeded to walk to her balcony doors. Glimpsing herself in the mirror, Ai saw her messy bun, untidy and limp, and proceeded to let her hair down. Her dark hair fell to her hips, and she frowned. A lot of the girls had made fun of her for keeping such long hair. They had asked why she sat so straight, why she buried her head in books and struck notes on the harp like a lowly musician. They had called her outdated and old-fashioned. Was it true? Picking up a black veil to match her clothes, Ai simply draped it on her shoulder and frowned. They had called her a bookworm, a librarian's daughter, a mute scholar, for all she did all day was read and speak a word to no one. She sighed and, as she blew a string strand of her away from her eyes, began to walk towards the balcony. What use was there trying to fit in here? It's not like she was going to work with them anytime soon. As Ai approached the balcony doors, black iron and misted glass, she stood, stock still as though frightened. The color outside the glass was a dark gray, but it was the early morning. Pushing open the doors, Ai gasped. The sky was almost black with thick, angry-looking clouds. Rain tumbled from the sky in an unholy rhythm, and thumped against the dark stone of her balcony, as though calling her out to meet the sky. The dancer took a deep breath of the fresh, damp air, and it seemed to fill her up. It seemed the world knew exactly how she felt. The girl stepped out fearlessly into the rain. She took a few steps to the middle of her balcony and stopped. As though the rain could wash her sadness away, she closed her eyes, held out her arms, and tilted her head to the sky. The cold water felt so soothing to her heated brow, and the sound offered her a moment of clarity. She found herself constantly wrestling with thoughts and emotions over and over and over again, but now, amidst the rain, she felt like she could think clearly. But all that came to her was the image of him. Beneath closed eyes, tears leaked and mingled with the raindrops on her skin. What was this world without him? Ai's despair was cut short as, when the rain became lighter, she heard a familiar noise. The notes struck from a string instrument floated to her on the breeze, but it was not so much the music that caught her attention. She opened her eyes and looked to her right. From her balcony, she could see into another room below. There, sat on the windowsill, holding on to what looked like a harp, was a boy. Gray, shimmering hair, teal-colored eyes, he sat, strumming the harp absent-mindedly, singing words that cut straight through AI. I have memorized you. I have memorized you. You have become poetry. You will exist beyond death as my prayer. Her reddened eyes narrowed on him, her mouth opened, wanting to call out to him, to ask him how he knew those words that were spoken to her only a few months ago. Before she had any such chance, however, her bedroom door opened. From the doorway, looking entirely unsurprised by AI stood out in the rain, was Ruby. The woman tilted her head and sighed at AI before calling into the room. AI, you have a visitor in an hour. Be dressed and come down quickly. Ruby shut the bedroom door and AI, stunned from the news that she had a visitor, looked quickly back to the balcony below. But the boy was gone. Ruby was not there the day Kai brought his daughter to the tea house. She and her twin sister were not on speaking terms then. Megumi had come into money following the death of her most loyal and noble customer, and, instead of sharing her gift with her sister as promised, she had bought the tea house for herself. After all they had spoken of together, dreamed of together, her sister had left her nothing but Kodo to look after. When AI turned 2, however, Megumi sought out her sister in an attempt to reconcile. At first, Ruby had held her head high with pride and rejected her sister's peace offerings. But when she heard about AI, a child whose birth could not be explained, she felt as though it were a pilgrimage, a divine order, to meet with this little girl. At first, AI had stared between Ruby and Megumi, as though she could not understand where the mirror was. Almost able to form complete sentences, she had bossed around children older than her, copying the way Megumi stood and spoke. Thinking about it now, as she heated water for the tea, Ruby put a hand over her mouth as she laughed. AI had brought such joy into Megumi's life, such light to the tea house. Ah! Lily, watch where you're running, Ruby shouted after one of her girls as Lily tore through the kitchen, playing a game of chase with the younger girls. I said stop it. The owner of the house tried to regain control, but there was no use. It was an hour and a half until performances began and the house lit up. This time of day there was an organized chaos, a hubbub, an excitement that no one could control. The whole house was engulfed in a bubble of festivities. That is, of course, the whole house bar one lonesome creature. AI had barely spoken a word to anyone. Try as she might, Ruby could not get her to open up, to trust the other girls, to realize she had a place here and was valued. Pouring the boiling water into a dark blue china teapot, Ruby breathed in deeply and let out a long sigh. A month had almost gone by and the girl was practically a mute and, if Ruby were being harsh, useless. Megumi had spoken of this incredibly witty, beautiful, smart young courtesan and, while beauty remained unquestionable, AI had not demonstrated any other virtues. But what could be done to help someone so heartbroken? Ruby had never seen anything like it. She barely ate, barely spoke, and for a girl of the tea house, it had surprised Ruby to find that AI did not care for prayers. What was Ruby to do? She had thought of him one morning, while wandering through a room which was usually left empty. The library at Kodo was reserved for those customers who wished to be serenaded, but no one in this city wanted anything that lasted more than 20 minutes. Putting this thought aside, Ruby had stumbled across his name on the spines of books and at the bottom of parchment scrolls. Who better to advise AI, who was so in love with poetry and stories, than someone who knew them like he were the first man to write? It seemed a perfect match, and so, she had arranged for him to meet with AI before Ruby would invite him to the main performance that evening. Setting up the tea tray with small clay cups, the teapot, little cakes and chocolates, Ruby exited the kitchen and was about to pass the stairs in the hallway to enter one of the living rooms, when something caught her eye. She turned to the stairs and her mouth fell open. At the top of the stairs, dressed in white, antique silver jewelry with tiny diamonds glittering all around her, stood AI. She could have been mistaken for the moon. Her radiance and sweetness was unlike anything Ruby had ever seen. She had adopted the traditional dress worn in this province, a cropped white blouse and long white skirt, although her midriff was hidden as she attached her veil to her hip and bought the other side over her shoulder, so the material crossed over her body. A/N. Please just check the tumbler if this doesn't make sense. Half of her long dark hair was pinned with a simple brooch, The rest fell long dark waves past her hips. A few small curls fell around her face. In the darkness of Koto, with its navy blue walls and countless gold-framed mirrors, AI looked like moonlight itself. AI? Ruby exclaimed in surprise, moving back so AI could descend the stairs and stand in front of her. The dancing girl kept her gaze downwards and approached slowly, practically gliding down the staircase. Lily, who had been running around with the other girls, ran through the hallway but brought the chase to a stop when she turned to stare at AI. Heads turned, doors opened, stares narrowed on her, whispers swept across the house. As the dancer greeted Ruby at the bottom of the stairs, "You look wonderful," Ruby commented, looking AI up and down, seeing the famous cut of hidden stone diamonds, the luscious and glittering silk of Konoha. The girl truly looked as Megumi had described. "Thank you," AI bowed a little in gratitude. It was funny though, Ruby thought as she took AI to the living room to meet the guest, how different girls of the great houses are. AI wore such fine jewelry and clothing that there is no way she could carry the tea tray by herself. She would need an entourage. Here, however, they could not afford the luxury of so many servants, so Ruby had to enter the room with AI in order to put down the tray. They entered a room made of the color red. Everything, from the books, to the carpet, to the flowers on the table, were of a deep, rich maroon color. It had the charm of old-fashioned grandeur to AI, who followed after Ruby, attempting to keep her gaze down, but glance around the room. Out of respect, AI knew not to make eye contact before the guest greeted her, so Ruby guided AI to the low, long sofa opposite the guest. Her diamond jewelry tinkling, sparkling, she watched out of the corner of her eye as Ruby sat the tea tray on a table between them, and left the room. AI waited for the guest to address her. What she had, however, surprised her. "If it weren't for the shackles tinkling at your feet, I would mistake you for a princess." AI looked up. In front of her sat a man, much older than her, long spiky white hair, youthful, glowing skin, and two distinctive red lines running from each eye down to his jaw. He had a kind and wise face with dark eyes that seemed full of light. Upon hearing his words, AI smiled. "I amuse you?" The man looked at her with intrigue. This girl, delicate as a flower, smiled up at him softly. She moved forwards to pour tea into a small cup for him. "Your comment does," she said absent-mindedly as she poured. The smell of rose from the tea lifted up into the room. "Oh!" The man leaned forward and took the cup from her hand as she offered it. "A princess?" AI scoffed at this thought. What kind of princess is sold? What other than a whore is paraded in silk dresses and diamond earrings only to hear that she has no buyer? He could hear the bitterness in her voice, and it surprised AI when he sat back, brought one leg over the other, and smiled at her. "Do you wish to be bought?" he asked with a wry smile. AI, however, lowered her gaze. "My value is less than a Chowan girl. I am a traitor to my people. No man would ever lie with me again." The gentleman shrugged at her words, as though this idea was not so problematic. "Do you wish to lie with a man again?" His mischievous grin broadened. "Only one," AI replied softly. "The Tempest of Suna." The man nodded at her. "Sabaka no Gaara." As he spoke, their eyes met, and he felt a twitch of pain in his chest as the girl's eyes became alert, awake, as though desperate to hear about him. "Do you know him?" she asked in earnest. "Not well." The girl smiled as though reminiscing. Her gaze lowered, and she breathed in softly. "Have you ever felt the sting of a bee in the blissful heat of summer?" "Yes." "Then you know him." Upon hearing her, the man seemed even more curious about her. He threw an arm over the back of the sofa to lazily lounge before her, and I looked up at him with a vague feeling of familiarity. "Do you know who I am?" he asked after a moment's silence. AI nodded. "Jiraiya, the Konoha Sannin." "Very good. Author of the Dynasties of the Land of Fire." She cited his most critically acclaimed satirical work. Although her small smile did not go unnoticed by Jiraiya, she clearly knew some of his more popular work too. "So you know my work?" he asked. "I hold your first anthology, The Sky and the Moon, close to me heart, as though it contained my varied life." Jiraiya smiled. She spoke in that courtesan, sing-song, poetic manner. "You are one of the greatest writers of our time." And I bowed her head to him. "I am honored you came to speak with me." Jiraiya lifted his glass to her and drank as though to indicate his thanks for her kind words. After he drained his small cup of rose tea, he addressed her. Your father was one of the greatest writers of our time. I am a cheap imitation of his work. He let out a booming laugh, which almost shook the chandelier above them. He could see her eyes working him out, trying to decide what to ask. AI frowned at him. Everyone referred to Kai as her father. What was the point in arguing otherwise? You knew Kai-sama? She finally asked. Yes, and I know a great deal about you, AI-sama. She gasped as he said the last word. How can you call me that? Trying her hardest not to raise her voice at an elder, AI exclaimed as loudly as she dared. Jiraiya smiled kindly at her. Like I said, I know a great deal about you. He placed his cup back on the table between them. Because I was there the day you were born. If his cup back on the table between them. Because I was there the day you were born. If born can be the correct term. He muttered to himself and, after a moment's thought, disagreed with his phrasing. No, it's not. The day you. He searched for the right term. Came into existence. He stopped, waiting for her to ask the questions. AI fiddled with a bangle on her wrist and looked up at him with round, naive eyes. You knew my mother? You have no mother. Suddenly, AI's soft and delicate nature left her. She sighed angrily at his words and almost rolled her eyes. This made Jiraiya smile. She was so like what he thought she would be like. It was almost as though he had read a book and was finally meeting a character from it. I am growing tired of hearing this story, AI exclaimed, all manners forgotten. It is absurd. As absurd as hearing the words of the Hokage as he lay hundreds of miles away on his deathbed? The elder asked softly. As absurd as a non-Jinchuriki communicating with beasts across dimensions? As absurd, perhaps, as a courtesan who, having never practiced ninjutsu, can use summoning techniques? He was bringing up thoughts AI did not want to have to deal with. She could not be made to think about Suna, let alone Gaara. Why is it you came here, Jiraiya-sama? She asked. To tell you of your origin. Again, he smiled as she looked over to him with bored eyes. Not this rubbish again. How can I believe such nonsense? Suspend your belief in the logical for a few minutes and see how you feel, he suggested. Or at least, grant an old man his wish and humor me a little. Neither of those thoughts seemed very appealing to AI. He could see in her gaze that she was losing interest. I was your father's very best friend. He and I went on many adventures together to help our writing. He entrusted me to tell you this story. Are you willing to listen, beautiful one? Hearing this, AI seemed to rethink. Perhaps Jiraiya, who Kai-sama had often fondly spoken about, could offer her some guidance. And what harm was there in knowing about her origin, even if it was this bizarre and fantastical story? She took a deep breath and looked Jiraiya in the eye. Yes, it was deep in the jungle that surrounds the mist village that we came upon a temple. It was in ruins, but intact enough for us to seek shelter. Jiraiya leant towards the table between them, picked up a sweet, and popped it into his mouth. It was raining and late. Neither of us wanted to travel any further even though we had heard a great deal about women of the mist village. AI smiled a little as Jiraiya's eyes misted over with bliss. So we made a fire in the small temple room and, amidst the flickering light, we both said good night, and I fell asleep. I was woken to the sound of Kai shouting my name. He had been in the middle of writing a poem, Love, when the most inexplicable thing happened. I ran over to him to see. His wonderful words were no more. The ink had began to run, melt as though raindrops had fallen onto the page, until the black liquid pooled at the bottom of the parchment. Kai and I stared in astonishment at the miracle, thinking we had inhaled too much opium in Neba. With a laugh, Jiraiya poured himself more tea. Gently, as though a spider were weaving its fragile web, the ink began to swirl and dance into the middle of the page until the image of a beautiful woman appeared. It was Renai. AI stared at him in shock. Renai? She asked, disbelieving of what the man was saying. Believe me, child, Jiraiya assured her. I was as cynical as you are. I was ready to engage in battle with a demon, thinking a creature of evil had lured us into the ruins on purpose. It wasn't until she began to speak that I could rest easy. It was indeed Renai, but AI needed more convincing it seemed. How can you be sure? She asked, and was met with a shrug of the man's shoulders. Instinct. Although not entirely happy with his answer, AI still listened to his tale. I had never witnessed a miracle, but when her gentle voice accompanied the image of the beautiful woman, I was sure it was her. But why would a goddess show herself to you? AI frowned. At this question, Jiraiya's carefree and easygoing nature left him for a moment. He contemplated the answer, and seemed to put a lot of thought into what he was going to say. Slowly, he began to explain again. She believed the words Kai wrote were the most beautiful she had ever heard from a world outside of heaven. She caught onto them as a fragrant breeze lifted Kai's thoughts up to the sky, and, having never paid attention to our world before, she suddenly found herself attracted to it. Like the pull of the tide, she was drawn to earth inexplicably. AI was caught up in the author's words. He had such a wonderful and enchanting way of reciting his story. She told us she wished to dwell in this world, live a life here, experience the love of which Kai had written. Renai told us to find her hidden in a single lotus blossom that would unfurl this day in a year's time, floating on the river that would flood into this temple on that day. She asked to have her identity protected from mankind, so that no one would come to worship or fear or destroy her. If they ever angered her, her power could destroy oceans. But he added, she also knew that her curious and mischievous nature would get her into trouble, and, if a thing should ever happen, Kai or myself should be there to guide her. And so, here I am, guiding you, beautiful one. AI's heart was beating a little faster. She felt a little cold and numb at the same time, as though she were not there in the room. What are you saying? She breathed. That when we returned to the temple a year later, the child we found nestled amidst the lotus blossoms, floating in the temple, was you. You are love incarnate. You are the manifestation of a goddess on earthly planes. His face was completely serious, and I could barely find words to articulate the thoughts crashing through her head. Why would anyone give a goddess the life of a whore? She asked eventually. Because it was the only way to protect you, Jiraiya explained, pushing a lock of white hair away from his eyes. Imagine if we put Renai into a shinobi academy. The other children would run in fear, and she would be isolated. You were not born into royalty. You were born to a poet, and he could not protect you. Courtesans are some of the safest, most trusted, and well-protected women of our world. We knew you would be safe here, under Megumi's gaze. AI wanted to run from the room, to unheard what she was hearing. This is nonsense, she protested. Is it? Jiraiya silenced her with only 2 syllables. His voice was serious, loud, and commanding. I have kept in touch with Megumi and Kai all these years, and they have informed me of the weird and wonderful things you have done. Things that are unexplainable in most instances, unless you are indeed Renai. But AI could think of nothing he was referring to. What things? She asked. Do you ever remember learning Jodai no Hingo, Old Japanese? Because you never did learn it. He informed her. You opened your mouth at 14 months old and sang like the skylark. You leave no signs before you use a summoning technique. Your technique appears written in Jodai no Hingo. You cannot manipulate your own chakra. How does that dash? Because no one ever allowed you to experience it. You are not allowed to use your own chakra. While other girls never asked or worried about it, you were strictly forbade from doing it. Have you ever wondered why you are not allowed to remove your anklets? You sleep with anklets, yes? AI nodded quickly. Silver strands made from the iron, and silver found in the rocks beneath the hidden stone village, she confirmed. There is another use for that mix of iron and silver. It is used to create Shikura no Yoroi. A/N first appeared in second Naruto movie. This is armor. It can also be weapons that manipulate chakra, either draining chakra from jutsus performed by attackers, or it can enhance the wearer's chakra. Your anklets are designed to do the opposite. They sit on chakra points in your anklets and subdue them, blocking any sensory-type shinobi from detecting that they are in the presence of someone powerful. Megumi gave you the anklets Kai left for you, yes? If you put these on, your identity will be revealed. They will not subdue your chakra. And I raised an eyebrow. Why would I ever want to be found to be Renai? Your father's first work was a philosophical text called Utopia. Utopia? AI said the word slowly, trying to recall reading it when she was 13. It discusses his desire for a world of peace, bliss, one full of love. Who better to achieve this than Renai, goddess of love? If you ever wish to embark on such a journey, put the anklets on. He encouraged her, but AI found the idea of embarking on a journey all based on a sort of her being a goddess utterly ridiculous. You understand why I find it difficult to believe. Of course, Jiraiya let out a booming laugh again. I would think you insane for believing it right away. AI seemed to sigh with relief. Hearing him say that was reassuring. But how can it ever be proven? She asked as the man's laughter faded away. In the temple where we first found you, amongst the ruins, inscribed on a crumbling stone wall, is a note from the goddess to you. You may go in search of it, whenever you wish. It was AI's turn to laugh. How am I, a woman with no protection, supposed to step a foot outside the sanctuary of a courtesan house? But Jiraiya simply shrugged. Put on the anklets given by Kai and the protectors will come running. He could see she was on the edge of believing him. Right there, about to fall over into finally understanding her origin. Jiraiya's smile faded, as that poor girl looked more lost than before. Do you know why I have chosen to reveal this to you now? AI looked up and shook her head at him. Because young hearts have the tendency to let their relationships define them. This is such an abdominal waste of youth. Your dreams should be what define you, not your ties to the Hokage. Her gaze traveled slowly back down to the floor. But he is my soul. I am living here, soulless. Is he in the palace, living soulless too? She asked out loud. The man leant forwards and looked at the girl in earnest. I'm sure Hannah will have talked some sense into him. And I looked at him and saw the warmth, honor and truth with which he spoke. Was he right? Was Gaara moving on with his life? Even if he was aching for her too, was he able to keep fighting, to keep walking straight? Perhaps he was. Perhaps he was being strong, resilient to the heartache. And what was she doing other than sulking? It was practically disrespectful of her to just give up on life, not when Gaara was still being a strong Hokage. And what if this story of her origin was true? What if she was Renai's incarnation on Earth? The thought was ridiculous. But how could she ever know if she did not step out into the world and find out? But how could she do that with no money? She realized she had said nothing for a while now, and glanced up at Jiraiya with a lost look. What do I do? She asked finally. Jiraiya smiled in a fatherly manner. Realize how much there is to do, to live for, he advised her. Become involved in Kodo. See what wonders the nightlife here has to offer. Befriend the local politicians. I have heard that is your forte. Tutor some rich man's daughter. As a second thought, Jiraiya added quietly, or his wife. AI giggled at what Jiraiya was insinuating, almost shocked that someone so much older than her would suggest such a thing. Become independent, and go in search of the truth. Better yet, he raised his voice with a happiness that AI found infectious. She began to smile. Lend me some company this evening. He beamed. AI's face fell, thinking only one thing. See company? Jiraiya laughed at the note of fear in her voice. I wish to hear Kai's poetry recited in your beautiful voice. He winked at her, earning himself a bashful smile from AI. And only the old stuff. Jiraiya waved a hand, as though shooing away the more recent of Kai's work. None of his new, postmodern, minimalist rubbish. AI nodded in agreement. It is awful, she commented. Disgusting. Jiraiya stood. Drink wine with me and tell me how to get in Ruby's good books, he chuckled. Come! Let us retire to the library. I feel completely walled in here, he exclaimed dramatically, and began to exit the room. Why Ruby had living rooms built I'll never know. Dreary, dull rooms. And I could hear him muttering as he left for the library. A small smile spread across her face as, for the first time in weeks, she felt happy. Don't say anything that could be taken the wrong way. Keep things simple. Be gentle. Do not bring up war or battle or anything that would be considered too vulgar for polite company. Temari sped through her advice, as her fingertips brushed the buttons on Gaara's collar until they shone. Oh, and obviously be polite, she added as an afterthought. The entire morning she had barely paid attention to her two brothers. The girl had been too busy readying the palace for their guests. Now, she was stood with Gaara in their living room, making sure his red cloak had no imperfections, before they walked through to greet the Kamakura family. Temari smoothed down the fabric on Gaara's shoulders, and finally looked him in the eye. Her little brother looked entirely lost and stared at her blankly. "Say something," she prompted him, but only one thought came to Gaara's mind. This is a lot to remember. He was finding it difficult to speak, as though his nerves were clamping down on his larynx. Kankuro entered the living room, stretching in an entirely nonchalant manner that Gaara envied. "Temari, and I will do most of the talking," Kankuro mumbled through a yawn. He finally caught the uneasy look on Gaara's face as he came to stand beside Temari. "What's the matter? What if," Gaara paused, trying hard to articulate his worries, "what if I scare her?" Temari raised an eyebrow. "How could you possibly do that?" she asked, but Kankuro waved away the idea. "You're going to be fine, little brother," he reassured Gaara. "Smile," Temari encouraged. "Yeah, just not in that way you did when you were 12. That would really freak her out." Temari elbowed Kankuro in the ribs as he said this. "Kankuro, sorry," the puppeteer mumbled, massaging his side. The eldest sibling sighed in exasperation before putting on a smile and taking Gaara's face in her hands. "It's just the three of us together in this world, Gaara," she said softly. "We've only got each other. You have raised our family back out of the depths of fear. Becoming Kazekage, becoming a great shinobi have given our family a good name again. Now you go on to meet someone you could really have a future with." The girl smiled in earnest at him. "You carry not only your own honor, but ours with you. And we put all of our faith in you, that you will see this through to the right end." "But Temari," Gaara began, "that end may not be with this girl." Temari acknowledged his fear. "Or any girl the elders introduce you to." She smiled at him, but Gaara's eyes widened with fear. "But Temari, the Kamakura family is seated in the drawing room. Temari-sama, you may go through and greet them." Gaara's tutor, Hana, addressed them from the doorway. "Thank you, Hana-sama," Temari said with a bright smile, and turned to the door that led to the drawing room. A servant moved forwards to open the door. But Temari "What is it?" she hissed at Gaara as the doors opened. "I've forgotten her name." "Oh gods," Temari whispered, attempting to hide her annoyance as Kankuro snorted with laughter beside her. As per Jiraiya's advice, Ai firmly decided to become more involved in the life at Koto. Although this was proving challenging, every room she entered, the girls would ignore her or tease her. Of course Ai, who was talented at conversation, could easily outsmart them, but chose not to for fear of further isolating herself. So she sat there, accepting their jibes over the dinner table, trying desperately to get along with them. But the girls here were different. No topic of conversation was out of bounds, too vulgar or too distasteful. Ai had the distinct feeling that they openly discussed their activities with their customers just to shock her. To frighten a girl they thought was very timid and inexperienced. But nothing did shock Ai. Oddly, she felt much older than them, as though she had lived several lifetimes before they had taken their first breath. It was also because she was treated like an adult during her time at the tea house. She sat for breakfast with her tutors, very rarely with the other girls, and when she did it had always been pleasant. Getting to know the girls here was proving difficult. It was not helped by the special attention she received from the elders in the house. Ruby and the other elders, dance teachers, cooks, maids, accountants, musicians, often called out for Ai as she passed their rooms to ask her advice on house matters. Ai did not mind. She fit in for the 10 minutes they spoke with her, but they threw her back into the wilderness of Koto, earning her jealous stares from other girls. Jiraiya came back to see Ai almost every week since their first meeting. He would bring her fruit from the market or treasures from his travels. In the nights that Jiraiya would stay in Koto, Ai was happiest. The pair grew quite fond of one another, although Ai did often shut the door in annoyance whenever Jiraiya's gaze would start to wander. "Tell me the story of the king and the ox again, Jiraiya-sama," she pleaded with him one night, but Jiraiya smiled up at her from behind his cup of hot sake and wrinkled his nose. "You keep asking me to tell you stories when you yourself write so wonderfully. What does she know, Megami, goddess of mine? Why not put pen to paper and demonstrate your skill?" And so, Jiraiya found himself with a student the likes of which he had never had before. Usually he took on young people who wanted to learn shinobi skills and had never taught anything else. Now, however, he would come and ask Ai to recite whatever work she had written and would offer her guidance. He taught her to master beautiful poetry and effortless foreshadowing in her longer work. They developed a playful and close bond that Jiraiya was often amused by. AI was so like the poetry written about her. Rinai was known for her beauty and temper, and AI lived up to that reputation as though trying to prove it. Once, Jiraiya had asked her if she considered writing more adult work, and in response, she stood with a sweet smile and poured his liquor out the window at the sheer insult of being asked such a thing. Part of AI simply played the role. Like she had done with Gaara, she would feign anger or upset just to have the other person try to make her smile. To Jiraiya, it was endearing. There was something very sweet about the way she would spy his movements under her eyelashes to catch a glimpse of his apology. He found, like many others, it was easy to grow enchanted with the young beauty. AI would stare up at the stars with the same longing he had once felt in his teenage years. She longed for something more than the life she was given, just as Rinai would, and Jiraiya appreciated that. One evening, AI was waiting for Jiraiya and had decided, as on many nights before, to go in search of the silver-haired boy who was playing music on the balcony a few weeks ago. The one that had caught her attention out in the rain. The one who sang words she knew too well. She had tried to ask about him, but the other dancing girls and the elders of Koto were uninterested or too busy to hear of the mysterious boy from the balcony. AI was walking through the bedrooms of Koto with haste. She had forgotten that on Sunday evenings customers were invited into the private quarters before sunset. So AI was blushing as she found herself in a part of the house she was unfamiliar with. She saw girls slinking their way back to their bedrooms with misty-eyed men wandering behind them. The smell of perfume was thick in the air. The heat of sex warmed up the dark wood of Koto as love flitted between the rooms, trying desperately not to be seen. Suddenly, she heard the lyrics of that familiar song being shouted in a room further down the corridor. She was glad to have worn a dark blue dress. She blended in with the walls, so no man paid attention to her. It was only when AI's face came clearly into view that they stopped and stared, so she was able to make her way to the room with ease. "You have become poetry." She frowned as she approached the door from behind which she could hear someone shouting in a drunken manner. It was not that soft singing voice the boy had sung in a few weeks ago. Perhaps someone had heard him singing too. Perhaps AI could find him if she went through the door? Creeping up to the room, the floorboards creaked beneath her feet as AI pushed the door open. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry!" AI suddenly shouted into the room as soon as her eyes came across its contents. Lena, her blonde curls askew, blouse on the floor, was stood up against a bookcase. AI caught a glimpse of her without her blouse on and immediately apologized and went to back out of the room. It wasn't until she saw Lena had no reaction to her intrusion and instead glanced at her quickly and then back to someone else in the room that AI stopped what she was doing. "For the sake of the gods, AI, get security." AI took at Lena's face as she hissed at her. A bruise was forming under her eye. Her lip was swollen. She looked on in a mix of anger and fear at something that was blocked from AI's view by the door. AI, who was not one to leave a friend in danger, swung the door open fully to look over to Lena's bed. Beside a bed with dark, dusty drapes, swaying on his feet, the front of his shirt ripped, with a bottle of something in his hand, stood Lena's customer for the evening. AI looked him up and down quickly. Barely 40, balding with black beady eyes, he was drunk out of his mind, and his knuckles were splattered with blood. He had attacked Lena. AI's blue eyes narrowed on him with hate. She shut the door behind her and walked into the room. At the sound of the door closing, the drunkard finally looked over to her with a lopsided smile of lust. Well, but words would not come to him as his eyes focused on the beauty before him. Her cold blue eyes softened into a come-hither stare until they glittered. Her skin seemed to shine like the moon. She looked like a delicacy not found on earth. His mouth opened and closed in astonishment as the girl nodded to him with a small smirk, beckoning him over to her. On uneasy and shaking legs, he stumbled over to her, as though she were an angel. A look of awe struck his face, and he fell onto his knees before her. Lena, who saw AI distracting the man, leant down to pick up her blouse and put it on hurriedly. She watched as AI removed a crystal hair pin from her hair and dragged the needle across her ring finger. "What the hell are you doing, AI?" she snapped impatiently. Call security and get him thrown out." The man barely seemed to notice Lena anymore. The corner of his mouth twitched as AI smiled down at him. He clasped his hands before her as though kneeling in prayer. "I have memorized you," he muttered under his breath, looking longingly up at AI. "No," AI said quietly and proposed to Lena. "Being thrown out of a whorehouse is no way to treat a woman beater." Lena frowned and watched as AI raised her bloodied finger to the man's temple. The blonde in the corner gasped as she could swear silver light emitted like a glow from AI's skin, as though moonlight seeped from her pores. "You deserve a little pain, don't you?" Lena's green eyes widened in surprise as AI swiped her finger across the man's forehead. "Kuchios no jutsu, summoning jutsu," she whispered. In an instant, the man's face went from a look of pure bliss before screwing up in pain and sagging in his unconscious state. The light went out from behind his eyes before his body swayed and fell to the floor with a loud thud. There was a crack of bone shattering as his nose broke on impact with the hard wooden floor. A dark liquid began to ooze from beneath his face and soak into the wood. From the puff of smoke that erupted around him in the jutsu, AI snatched a scroll. She stepped over the man and walked over to Lena, whose face was still showing shock. "Here," AI handed out the scroll to Lena, who shook her head in fear, backed up into the bookshelf once more, and tried to breathe easy. She had never seen a woman act so coolly around someone who could clearly have hurt them both. AI exuded a power unlike which Lena had ever seen. "It is a disarming tag. You place it on the skin of an attacker to immobilize them. Keep it with you." Still Lena did not move, and the kind, soft expression on AI's face faltered. She raised her voice. "You will take it," she commanded, and Lena reached out a shaking hand. "You," Lena whispered, "you saved my life." AI smiled and turned back to the body on the floor. "Not quite." She tilted her head at the attacker. Not much he could have done in that state. "Let's clean you up," AI said, turning back to Lena, who nodded. As AI went to grab a cloth from Lena's cupboard, the blonde girl wiped blood from the cut on her lip and spat at the man on the floor. She muttered something under her breath, causing AI to turn to her sharply. "What language was that?" "Tongue of my people." Lena turned to her and winked. "Warriors from the land of the samurai," she explained dramatically. "It's very beautiful," AI said, as she dampened the cloth with alcohol to clean Lena's cut. The language Lena had spoken reminded her of the dead language, but Lena frowned as she said this. "I called him the son of a swine fuck." AI? The two girls, both caught on different ends of the thread of a thought, looked up to the door as Ruby entered, followed closely by Jiraiya. "What are you doing in the private qua?" But Ruby's face fell as she looked at the body on the floor. "What on earth? AI, did you do this?" Jiraiya asked sternly. "She protected me," Lena interrupted, taking a step in front of AI asked though to protect her from getting into trouble. Ruby looked at the girls with wide eyes and called for security to take the man to a hospital. "AI?" Ruby began, unsure of exactly what to say. "I am so grateful that you protected one of our girls, but you must not harm customers. He will be fine in a few hours." AI protested but knew Ruby was right. AI should not have let her emotions get the better of her and left the job to security. Ruby was about to answer back but Jiraiya put a hand on her shoulder. "I will discuss this with AI Ruby," he said seriously. "Come, AI," he called to her. "I bought you mangoes from the market, perfectly ripe." He smiled to her as AI handed the alcohol-doused cloth to Lena and walked to meet Jiraiya. "You might want to talk to her about that old-fashioned hairstyle," Lena called after them, and Jiraiya turned in surprise to her. AI lowered her gaze and turned to Lena. She had thought some progress would have been made given the last 10 minutes. "Convince her to let me have the honor of cutting it for her tonight." AI looked up in surprise to see Lena smiling at her sincerely. The dark-haired beauty smiled back and nodded gratefully before her teacher put his arm around her shoulder and guided her from the room. The brother and sister of the Kazekage were growing anxious. Was Gaara ever going to find a perfect partner? Even they were guilty of not helping the situation. Kankuro once asked if a princess could sing, only to draw attention to the memory of a girl who could. Temari, who constantly asked after the simpler, sweeter girls, would grow angry with Gaara when he seemed bored by them. She would tell him not to look for mischief or beauty, but a kind and considerate girl. But for Gaara, who was so used to hearing that he was the one in the wrong, it made him feel even more lost. Temari had to constantly remind herself not to be so impatient with her youngest brother, who had loved and lost in the space of almost a year. A boy who, despite his best intentions, could not get love out of his brain. To make matter worse, on the days where Gaara was fine, other obstacles would present themselves and force any potential relationship out of existence. Only the other day, when Gaara had tried to introduce his family to a nice, well-mannered girl from a neighboring village, the most bizarre and unexplainable thing happened. Gaara had stood to greet the girl, a timid thing with dark brown curls, and her father. "This is my older sister, Temari, and my older brother, Kankuro," he said politely, as he gestured to his siblings. The two families were stood either side of a table where tea had been served, in the Kazekage's private drawing room. The girl nodded with a shy smile to Temari and Kankuro as she stepped forward to greet them. "How do you age?" Immediately the girl lifted her hands above her head to protect herself as, with a WOSH, a cloud of sand sped towards her and halted between her and Gaara. Completely blocked from view, Temari's face becoming red with frustration, and Kankuro had to hold his snigger as just a smile as Gaara tried to look over the sand to see the girl and her family. "And this," he began feebly, "is my sand." Kankuro erupted into a fit of laughter. Hours later, the three were sat in Gaara's office, reminiscing about the difficult meeting. "This is failing miserably," Kankuro commented in a monotone voice, but catching a look from Temari, he smiled up at his younger brother, who sat with his head in his hands. "Not that it is your fault, Gaara," he assured him, but Gaara simply stared at him blankly, not buying into his kind words. Their older sister, who was growing tired of months with not a single girl requesting a second visit, or Gaara showing the faintest bit of interest, huffed in exasperation. "Next time let's keep the gourd out of the room," she suggested and stood from her chair. "And would it kill you both to smile a little more?" The blonde hissed at her brothers before leaving the office. They could still hear her muttering as she walked down the corridor. Gaara looked up at his brother and frowned. "I fear it might just kill me, Kankuro," he said, and shared a small smile with the puppeteer. "You and me both, little brother." Kankuro watched as Gaara ran a hand through his hair, making the already messy red locks even messier. He tugged on his hair, as though to wake himself up. "I don't want to meet any more girls," Gaara shouted finally. "It's too difficult." His brother smiled, as he heard the genuine fear and frustration in Gaara's voice. "I realize now that AI must have been insane to be in love with me." His older brother grinned broadly. "This is why I stick to girls at an hourly rate," he said, much to the distaste of the Kazekage, who leant back in his chair. "That's foul," Gaara commented, but Kankuro raised an eyebrow at him. "Says the man who fell in love with one of them," he teased. "I haven't been foolish enough to do such a thing." At this sentence, Gaara frowned. "But you?" His soft voice trailed away, unsure of how to speak to his brother. "What?" Kankuro encouraged. "You go to bed with him, don't you?" As Gaara asked the question, the man with a painted face smiled slyly. "And I say goodbye in the morning." The puppet master shrugged. "Sleeping with someone and being in love with them can be mutually exclusive, Gaara. I'm sure you and AI slept together before you were in love, didn't you?" Kankuro watched with amusement as Gaara shifted uncomfortably in his seat, unable to meet his brother's gaze. It seemed Kankuro was getting closer to the problem at the heart of it all. "Yes," Gaara said in a quiet voice, "but all these girls are..." Again, Gaara was unsure of the word to use. "Are what?" Kankuro urged him. "They're all so proper." Finally, Gaara looked his brother in the eye as though somehow, telepathically perhaps, Kankuro would understand him. But it seemed Kankuro was having too much fun. He feigned ignorance and a smile as he asked, "Proper? They all smile so politely and pour tea for me, and look at me with round eyes," Gaara finally said, "so innocent, so naive, so..." Kankuro leant forwards. "So?" he prompted, earning a blank stare from his brother, who huffed as though irritated he would have to say it. Uninviting. A smile cracked onto the puppeteer's face as the Kazekage said it. "Well, they're not going to make eyes at you from behind their fathers." Kankuro laughed, No girl would ever be so bold. But Gaara looked over to his bookshelf quickly, remembering a moment he had spent there with his first love. "AI only ever had to look at me to make me lose my senses," he said quietly. "She had this way about her. She could make me feel as though I were the only man in existence." Even Kankuro smiled as Gaara reminisced. "As though I were a goal. As though I were the only thing that could save her." The red-headed boy shrugged, finding it a difficult feeling to explain. "And she was," Gaara faltered. "Was brave," he said confidently. "She could pour thoughts into my head in the middle of a prayer ceremony." Gaara jumped as Kankuro let out a hearty laugh. "And I am accused of being the deviant out of the two of us?" He watched as even Gaara smiled bashfully. "I was a rebel, and trained in the art of seduction. Not the type of girl the elders would choose for you." Suddenly, the older sibling was serious. "You have to stop looking for AI in these girls." But Gaara could not bear to think about her. He interrupted, trying to change the subject. "I'm just thinking out loud. How am I supposed to feel a connection with any of these girls if I never meet them alone?" Kankuro genuinely seems to consider the idea. He brought his lips to his fingers and thought for a moment before shrugging as though defeated. "Maybe that's where we're going wrong," he said. "Maybe instead of families meeting, we should set it up so just the two of you can talk?" Gaara's ocean-colored eyes lit up at this. "That sounds a lot better. Then there won't be all this pressure to act a certain way or say certain things. I could be myself," he said in earnest. "Very well then," Kankuro said happily, standing from his chair. "I will tell Temari there is a new plan of action." AI was in need of money. The tea house had given her a stipend to become adjusted in Kodo, and that money was quickly running out. A woman of a particular skill set, she was only accustomed to a few occupations, but after a discussion with Jiraiya and Ruby, she had been assigned the work of a tutor for a young princess. In a town, back out toward Suna, away from the village of Rain, was a royal family who lived modestly. With a river running through it, sandy-colored stone bridges and walkways gave the basic structure of the town, which was scattered with small houses and shops. It was a tiny place, in AI's opinion, nothing like what she would draw if told to sketch a kingdom. With horse-drawn carriages and glass-stained windows, the place looked like something out of a fairy tale. It was sunnier here too than in Kodo. The warm breezes from Suna fluttered through here to meet the rain further north. With long blonde hair, wispy and straight, and soft gray eyes, the princess looked like a porcelain doll when AI first met her. But she was a sweet, in the dancer's opinion, and a little outspoken, like AI herself. The princess often sat in clothes she found uncomfortable, and too pink or too peach, and would sure longingly out of the window to look out at the docks. The princess was, unlike AI, a tomboy, a lover of the outdoors. She lived to smell the fresh-cut grass and blossoming honeysuckle. She hated to be stuck indoors. AI had told her that her name Taki suited her because it meant waterfall, but the princess had waved away the idea and suggested that she show AI the beautiful waterfalls in the castle. The courtesan was introduced as a tutor of poetry, language and etiquette. She could produce a fine princess under her tutelage. So AI took over the girl's education and created an assortment of more ladylike activities for her to get involved in. Even things AI did not enjoy. She had to sit with the girl and do needlework. Boring, tiresome, long work. Being the same age, the two girls had to remember to keep their relationship professional. Otherwise they could give in to drinking tea and playing cards outside all day. But AI was particularly strict. She surprised herself by that fact, and kept the girl in order. It was in the royal house, a small stone castle, that AI sat now in the study with the young princess. Taki was reading from an old anthology AI had gifted her, and AI sat opposite her, reading through the princess writing to make sure it was perfect, half listening to the girl, half concentrating on the work in front of her. AI sat as the girl spoke aloud the words in front of her. "For what else is there but the girl from Konoha?" the princess recited in her sweet voice. AI nodded gently, but kept her eyes on her work. She sat in clothes Jiraiya had bought for her. A deep purple silk with a gold trim, full-length sleeves, a long skirt and delicate veil. Her attire had to be completely different as a tutor. No longer did she wear the soft, delicate colors of youth, or the tiny diamonds that tinkled around her. She had to wear deep, jewel-toned silks and thick bands of gold or silver. When she had first worn the clothes, she felt a lot older. These were the kind of threads women of high creeds wore, unlike anything she thought she would ever own. It is in the sweet night breezes I hear her voice. In the unfurling of rosebuds I see her face. I looked up with a frown. She knew the poem by heart. I see her. As she interrupted, the princess looked at her blankly. Face, she said again. Try again. I said with a small smile and reached forward on the desk to grab a spare piece of parchment. She wrote 2 words on the paper, her delicate kanji symbols unfurling in the ink, before turning the paper around so the princess could read it. This is the word for face, she explained, putting her pen against the symbol. And this is the word for face, the princess insisted. That says face. I smiled. It is also the word for honor, your highness. How am I supposed to know which one he means? Taki huffed and folded her arms. He means both, I said softly, wanting only to encourage the girl. Once you become accustomed to poetry, you will have a 6th sense for these things. And there is a slight difference in the way the words are written, see? I explained, indicating to the paper once more. But the princess seemed unimpressed. How can one see anyone's honor in a rosebud? The blonde asked. In the same way one can hear a voice in the night breeze, perhaps? At Ai's answer, the princess wrinkled her nose in offense. Poetry is ridiculousness, she muttered with a shake of her head. It is the most beautiful manner in which humans can express themselves, Ai replied, and you need to learn all of this in order to become a young lady. But the princess was already looking out of the window. I don't care for it, Taki exclaimed. Come, Ai-sama, let's go shopping. Ai nodded with a smile before writing something else on the paper between the 2 women. If you can tell me what this means, the blue-eyed dancer asked. The princess looked at the symbol before looking up at Ai blankly. Face, she said feebly, causing Ai to frown. Maybe I am a bad teacher, Ai asked herself, but this turned out to be the wrong thing to say. The princess, who was already impatient with her lessons, folded her arms in a huff. I'm no good at any of this, she moaned, but in an exaggerated, dramatic manner that made Ai laugh. Soon, the princess was laughing too. Nonsense, you will get there in time, Ai encouraged, and the 2 went back to their routine of Ai reading her work and the princess reciting. After 10 more minutes, the girl fell silent and Ai looked up to see what the matter was. The princess, pushing a blonde lock of hair behind her ear, looked up at Ai, suddenly serious. Do you like poetry? She asked. Yes. Why? Ai took a deep breath, wondering how to explain. Before pictures or music or books, there was the spoken word, Ai began. And the only way to express true beauty was through poetry. It is man's first gift from the gods. Knowing this was a good answer, the princess could not retaliate. After thinking for a moment, her eyes lit up. Did you hear about the girl the Kazekage fell in love with? She asked, and Ai lowered her gaze quickly. No, the courtesan faltered. I have yet to hear, she said bashfully. Many had heard of a village girl falling in love with the Kazekage. Word had spread around the 5 nations, but no one knew the details, and Ai's identity was kept secret. She had heard people discussing her and Gaara in the streets before today, but no one had ever spoken directly to her about it. Ai, of course, had to deny ever even hearing about the Kazekage for fear of being linked to the treason she was accused of. They say she is beautiful beyond anything this world knows, Taki said, earning a small smile from Ai, and she was born out of poetry. There are songs written about her and the Kazekage. I hear the choir singing them in the temple when they think no one is listening. Ai had no idea what to say. She simply looked away and fiddled with her gold bangles. Taki noticed this sudden change in demeanor, and, as a soft breeze flew in from the river, she leant forwards to talk to Ai. Do you think she's real or made up? Ai smiled. What do you think? Made up, the princess said matter-of-factly. Try as she might. Ai was a little offended. Why is that? Because people are born of people, Taki said, rolling her eyes at any other nonsense. And the Kazekage is too good-looking to be tied down. I refuse to believe it. Ai could feel herself beginning to blush. She looked at the words on the page in front of her. written in the princess' delicate handwriting. Her vision began to blur as the image of Gaara came into her head. "Is he?" AI asked softly. "Don't tell me you haven't heard about Sabaka no Gaara." Taki's eyes widened, but AI did not want to hear it. She collected the paper in front of her. "Come, Your Highness, we still need to. They say he is one of the most handsome warriors of our time," Taki said dreamily, beginning to plait her hair on one side of her head. "Powerful and quiet. One of those silent and strong types, you know? They say he steals hearts with just his eyes." AI smiled at hearing this. How does one steal hearts with eyes? The princess thought for a moment before realizing her comments earlier about poetry were defeated. "Oh," she muttered with a small smile before looking up at her teacher. "It seems poetry is not so alien to you after all." AI beamed, oddly proud that Taki had spoken in metaphor. The rest of the lesson passed with AI pleaded with the princess to sit down for an hour-long history lesson, but the princess was uninterested. As she left the castle, the servants from the kitchens gifted her with a tin of sweets for her home. AI took them gratefully as she entered her carriage to take the hour-long journey back to Koto. The Hokage was finding his title more of a burden than usual nowadays. The constant pull and push of meeting families was wearing him down, grinding at his bones, until he felt like shutting his doors to the world. Some days were harder than others. He would catch the way a girl spoke, softly and poetically. It would remind him of the girl he lost, and the rest of his day would spiral into melancholy. He could barely eat, but drank enough for two, on the nights where he would ache from the want of love, constantly wrestling with the same emotions: anger, hate, fear, despair. It was almost exactly like how he felt when he hit the age of 13. Suddenly hormones came rushing in to add to the already confused and chaotic mind he had to play host to. A lot of the time, when he was younger, he felt as though he were never really in his body. A part of his pain numbed him to the point where he had to do something to feel alive. He always had to feed it, the hunger of wanting to feel something. Now, it was harder to give in to that reckless desire, so he turned to alcohol. There was just too much pain. Everywhere he turned, he could not stand the thought of being without her, so he tried to numb himself. That evening, his brother and sister said that they would not leave him alone, but he left a clone in the office and fled to the beach where he had first kissed her. There, he mourned for her and cursed another meeting with yet another girl who was not her. Kankuro came in search for him and found him, red-eyed and exhausted, on the beach, hosting Gaara over his shoulder. The puppeteer took him home and knew that this was the last straw. Temari was fearing for the ruling of the village. Rumors were spreading that the Hokage was unfit to serve his people. Kankuro would not see it come to this. He had to do something. Jiraiya came to see AI one day, hearing that she had a day off from tutoring the princess. He arrived at Koto on a Tuesday evening, a usually slow and uneventful day, to speak with AI. When he arrived at the house, however, he found it buzzing with life. Girls were running to and from rooms. The cooks in the kitchen were shouting at one another to cook more food. Ruby was running from room to room, desperately trying to hunt down clothes and jewelry that had gone missing. The man assumed it was because this month was a holy month. Usually homes are full of life and laughter at these times, and Koto's certainly seemed to be. It was shimmering with golden candlelight. The fragrance of sandalwood drifted up into the air as he entered. "Jiraiya-sama." The man jumped with surprise as a group of girls rounded on him in a corridor of the private quarters. "AI has learnt to cheat from you." He smiled down at them all as they held up playing cards to him. He had recently taught AI how to play a very simple village game, and she had clearly taught the girls too. Jiraiya put a hand on his heart, his hair shining behind him, as he smiled at the women. "I would never teach such dishonesty, my dear," exclaimed, but they all pouted at him. "Don't lie to us," one shouted. "I swear it," he protested. "Then no one can beat her. Not even you, sensei?" That delicate, seductive voice rang out in the corridor as AI, dressed in a vivacious red silk, sauntered down the hallway to greet her teacher. She bowed to Jiraiya, who took offense to her words. "AI," he nodded his head in greeting at her. "Let's not say things we will live regret. Regrets are not always born out of mistakes, Jiraiya-sama," AI said sweetly, her tomato-red lips curving into a perfect smile. I regret the day I had to speak to you. For now I am tied to our tedious meetings every week. Although, if it were not for our meeting, I would not know my origin. I do not regret saying I love you to the Kazekage, yet that love saw to my banishment. Funny world, ain't it? She said the last two words with the same common accent of the people in this part of town, making the girls around her, even those running in the corridor, laugh. But Jiraiya was hurt by her words. Did you say tedious meetings? He asked. What did I do to deserve such a homecoming? The man asked his student. Nothing. AI shouted with delight, and ran up the stairs as though wanting him to chase her. From the top of the stairs she turned back to him. I just felt like teasing you. She giggled and ran off. Her carefree and cheerful attitude seemed to have infected the whole house. The place, which was usually still, suddenly felt full of color and movement. AI, come here. Jiraiya called her as she escaped from view. She popped her head over the banister, her gold jewelry tinkling as she leant over to see him. What have you brought for me? She called. I brought everyone cake. Her teacher shouted back, but AI disappeared from view. From Neba, he finished feebly, wondering where she had run to. Who? One of the girls eyes up the cake tin in Jiraiya's hand. I want cake. Another giggled before Ruby came into the hall and shooed them all away. Make tea, girls, she shouted as she kissed Jiraiya's cheek in greeting. But the man seemed preoccupied. He glanced up the stairs once more. Where did she dash? And for me? He jumped as AI appeared next to him. He smiled at her, but tried to put on a stern look as though upset with her. Eventually, her pout and long fluttering eyelashes encouraged him to hand over a book. Your father's work, he said, as he saw her eyes light up upon seeing it. Utopia? AI read the cover, her delicate fingertips tracing along the gold foil in which the words were stamped across the cover. Why would you bring me this? So you may know the literary legacy which you so undeservedly stand on. Jiraiya teased her. Thank you. She went on her tiptoes and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Now come. She was already running down the corridor. See if you can beat me at shogi. But Jiraiya was growing impatient with her antics. AI, he bellowed down the corridor. Why does she keep running off? He asked Ruby, but even the owner of the house was held up in that chaotic, carefree atmosphere. I can barely get her to sit still anymore, Ruby complained. The younger girls follow her like fireflies follow the lamplight. The older girls are taking lessons from her. My customers catch glimpses of her, and they refuse to leave until she meets with them. Oh! The woman laughed heartily. When she meets with them, she may as well twist their ears for all the rudeness and smart-mouthed words she throws at them. She told the mayor that his shadow took the form of a woman. He was outraged, but it turns out she was trying to warn him of one of his wife's spies. But Jiraiya had stopped listening. From where he was stood, he could see that someone had entered the kitchen from the outside, someone unknown. The chefs in the kitchen seemed to barely notice the man because of the delicate, quick steps he took. Why does she have to speak in riddles? Ruby was muttering as Jiraiya turned fully to the kitchen, preparing himself for anything, studying the man's movements. That moon of ours. The dark figure was already through the kitchen, when one of the girls making tea turned to him with a smile and winked. What is it you are after, stranger? She asked sweetly, but the man walked straight past her. Hey, she called after him indignantly, but the figure walked on. Jiraiya ran up to the door to the kitchen and blocked the man's entry in the corridor. Ruby gasped in surprise at the sudden appearance of the knotted figure. Suddenly, the house fell quiet. A chill crept back into the air. Speak your name, boy, Jiraiya commanded as girls came out into the corridor. Ruby held her arms up to stop them moving towards Jiraiya and the man. The figure lowered his hood and Jiraiya was greeted with the sight of a purple-striped face. Who are you calling boy, old man? The intruder asked scathingly. But before anyone could make another move, a songbird sang out as she ran down the stairs. Kankuro? Jiraiya almost toppled over as AI pushed past him. The intruder's eyes widened in surprise before softening in happiness. AI, he claimed and brought her into embrace. What? AI's voice came muffled from his chest before he released her to look at her face. What are you doing here? She could not believe it. She hadn't seen Kankuro in months. AI? Jiraiya spoke uncertainly behind her. She turned to the corridor. This is the Kazekage's elder brother, she informed them Kankuro. Everyone in the house gasped. What was the Kazekage's brother doing here? Was it true then? Was AI really the girl from the story they kept hearing about? Ruby was the first to recover. She took a step forwards and bowed. Kankuro? It is a pleasure to have a member of the Kazekage's family with us this evening. A drink? She gestured to the main part of the house, but Kankuro shook his head. No, thank you. I am here on urgent business, he informed her before turning to the blur-eyed dancer next to him. All smiles disappeared. Suddenly his face looked serious, and I could see he had aged in the last few months. Lines which only came when he frowned now sat on his face permanently. I must speak with you alone. He spoke in a grave voice, wiping any sense of cheerfulness from the girl. She nodded to him. Of course, she replied. AI guided him to a drawing room in the private part of the house. There, Kankuro refused to sit, refused to drink, eat or speak in front of anyone else. AI stood by the window with a heavy heart. This could only mean one thing. He's not well, AI. The girl shut her eyes, as though she didn't want to hear it. With her back to Kankuro, she stared out of the window, letting the sinking feeling in her stomach settle itself. What has happened? She asked. Kankuro took a step forwards. His voice showed great urgency. He's drinking too much, eating too little, canceling meetings, hiding from palace guests. Nothing anyone says or does can get through to him. AI turned to him sharply, her gold jewelry glimmering in the candlelight. Why have you come here, Kankuro? She asked. To ask you, he answered before shaking his head. That was not true. To beg you, he corrected himself. Please come and see him. AI was already shaking her head. I can't. Please AI, for his sake. The puppet master urged her, but AI was feeling weak at the knees. She walked forwards and fell into an armchair. I cannot move on from him if I go and see him. He cannot move on from you, Kankuro replied. He's tortured by his love for you. And I let out a disbelieving laugh. That is all we ever seemed to do to one another. Even when we were together it was torturous. A woman's silence passed. All that could be heard was the ticking of a clock in the corner, and Kankuro's heavy breathing. He had to make her see what this was doing to Gaara. I fear for his life. You exaggerate. And I could not bear to hear things like that. I wish that were the case, Kankuro muttered grimly. Temari is losing sleep keeping an eye on him in the nighttime. I have no time to eat because I am constantly keeping watch over the village. Gaara is not strong enough to defend Suna against intruders. And I swallowed hard. Was he really suffering? I am begging you, speak to him. And I fixed her veil and looked skeptical. What good will that do? She asked. Surely parting with him again will only damage the situation beyond repair. But Kankuro was adamant. He came to kneel in front of her. He just wants to see you. And we know you are the only one who can talk sense into him. See him for just an hour and tell him to better himself. He begged her, taking her hands in his. You really think Gaara will listen to me? She asked, but Kankuro raised an eyebrow at her. Please, AI. If you ever loved him, AI looked away as he said this. If you ever thought of us as family, you would do us this one favor. AI looked straight into Kankuro's eyes, and she could see the pain, the want, the lack of sleep, the ache, all there in his gaze. She took a deep breath before walking to the door of the drawing room. In 3 nights' time, I shall visit Suna in the cover of darkness. Only then will I speak to him. She glanced over her shoulder at the man who nodded in gratitude. I will return for you and escort you back to the village, Kankuro said. As AI left the room, not wanting to know any more about how Gaara was suffering, she heard him say, His life is in your hands, AI. Nights in the village of Sungakure held on to heat until cold stars twinkled in the sky. It was in these moments before the chill set in that Love found herself in a horse-drawn carriage, traveling back to her village. The evening was warm and fragrant. Temples were burning incense in the distance. Lamps were lighting the way to the village like a trail of fireflies, calling AI home. Beneath the wheels of the cart, the dirt road looked like cracked gold as the horse's hooves pounded down on the earth, dragging the cart along the bumpy path. Inside the cart sat AI and Kankuro, neither saying a word to the other, just waiting, wondering what the night had in store for them. Only 2 people at Koto knew of AI's whereabouts this evening. Jiraiya had planned with Kankuro her route there and back, offered her protection in the form of a blessed ring that she now fiddled with to calm her nerves, and Ruby, who had gifted her new clothes and jewelry for good luck. They had both looked at her with sad, round eyes, wondering if she could be the one to save him, fearing she may lose herself on the way. AI was dressed in a thick black silk in a bid to remain as invisible as possible in the night. With a trim of real gold thread and small strings of gold around her wrists, ankles, and neck, the metal weighed down on her heavier than usual. It was as if her entire being was anxious, nervous to see him again. She bit her deep red lips in apprehension. What could she possibly say to the Hokage? How unwell was he? Her heart was pounding hard in her chest until she could feel it in her throat. In rhythm to the horse's steps, hard against the ground, her heart wanted to break free. So desperate she was to lay her eyes on his handsome face. So fearful she was to see him fallen from grace. She bowed her head gently, her veil sitting heavy on her head, being weighed down by the weight of the gold thread. She sighed before taking a deep breath. As she did, a small smile fell across her face. She could smell the jasmine blossoms of the palace gardens, the burnt tea from the kitchens, the gentle burning of the wick in the palace lamps. AI, Kankuro whispered her name, and she looked across to catch a glimpse of his worn and worried face. It's time. She nodded slowly, and picked up her skirt as the carriage began to slow down. When it came to a complete stop, Kankuro left the carriage first before holding out a hand to her. With trembling fingers, AI reached out a hand and grasped the puppet master's with slowly increasing sense of fear. She was back in her village, a place where she was banished from, asked never to return to, all to see a man she was trying so desperately to forget. Looking around her, AI found that she was at the steps inside the palace that lead up to the Hokage's quarters. They were the same steps she had ascended on their first night together. The carriage had come all the way into the courtyard where she had danced. Looking around at all the greenery, the white stone of the palace, the inky blue of the sky, the night felt the same as it did then. Divine, important, waiting and watching to see what love could do for the two star-crossed lovers. Kankuro bid her farewell, and good luck as AI ascended that stone staircase, her skirt falling heaving against the marble, her gaze kept down for fear of her eyes glittering, alerting a guard of her presence. Up the windowing staircase, her heart fluttered like a baby bird about to take flight, unsure of itself, willing to see the world beyond. Along a dark, deserted corridor, AI found herself in front of the door to the Hokage's bedroom. She stopped to take breath. The last time she had been here, she had said goodbye to Gaara and left her heart with him. Behind this door, what would she find? With a gentle push, the door swung open. The Hokage's room was in half-lit darkness. A lantern she recognized sat proudly on the mantelpiece, above a fireplace, which now was filled with only burning embers. The heat of the room was filled with the scent of sandalwood. A woody and spicy perfume drifted up to the drapes on the balcony, which licked the floor as they moved with a desert breeze. In front of the balcony, at his desk sat Gaara. Her eyes softened, disbelieving almost that she was seeing him, but he seemed to take no notice of her. At his desk, he rolled an empty bottle on its side with his fingertips absent-mindedly. He sat in his red cloak, hunched over, barely breathing, mesmerized by the movement of the liquid in the glass bottle. On his desk sat beautiful crystal vials and carafes, filled with honey-colored liquid, glittering in the lamplight. AI took a step forwards, alerting Gaara to her presence. "Ah!" AI gasped softly as his eyes found hers. They were unfocused, the line of black around them darker than usual. Neither spoke for a moment. They were taking in the sight of each other. How long had it been? Suddenly, Gaara stood on unsteady legs, causing AI to take an alarmed step towards him, as though fearful he would fall. He pointed at her with a trembling hand. "Are you moonlight, or the moon itself?" he asked the girl before him, whose glowing skin and sweet red lips, nestled in a black dress, gave him the impression that the night sky had taken human form. Amidst the flickering candlelight, AI watched in grief as her first love swayed on his feet. She looked at him with hurt-filled, angry eyes. "Gaara, gods!" Gaara stopped her as he raised his voice, the drapes behind him catching onto a breeze and twirling around him. "Don't lecture me again," he warned her, but AI, The delicate thing, straight-backed and gentle, raised an eyebrow. Again? Why do you wish to torture me, goddess? As the Kazekage asked this, her eyes widened. What was happening here? Why do you appear in her form? With a sigh of misery, Gaara sat back down, watching as AI approached him, clearly unaware of who she was. A mixture of alcohol and grief had settled itself in his mind, distracting his attention. Why do you walk on the earth with that same melody to your footsteps and that pout, tempting me to overlook you? He smiled a little at this thought. I would never overlook her. My world stops when I see her face. He gestured to her. I am intoxicated by the sight of you. AI shook her head, ashamed of what he was saying, heartbroken that Kankuro had been right. She nodded to the bottles littering the table in front of him. Your desk would disagree, she said, taking a few steps forwards, her skirt dragging on the floor, until she was in front of his desk. Oh, this? The man gestured to the bottles in front of him. This is merely escape. AI's fingertips brushed over the cold glass of the bottles, feeling the grooves of the crystal, the weight of the liquid. Escape? From the pain of longing for love. She closed her eyes as he spoke. This was not how it was meant to be. She looked at him in earnest. You have love here, Kazekage. But I could not console him. No! He shook his head violently. Not like her. Nothing is ever like her. Walking around his desk, Gaara followed her with misty eyes, until she stood next to him. He turned his chair to face her as she knelt before him. Her face looked up at him sincerely, her velvet lips pouting. You have a family, she reminded him. You have a village to run, a palace to maintain, pride, honor, all lost. Nothing is lost without carelessness. What carelessness am I guilty of when it comes to love, Renai? AI jumped as he spoke and called her a name only Jiraiya had ever called her. How did Gaara know it? What was happening here? Did I not worship her? As he spoke again, he captured her attention. Did I not sacrifice every piece of my being to her? There is carelessness in the love for yourself. A moment's silence as Gaara contemplated her wise words. To AI's surprise, Gaara reached out a hand and put it against her face. She closed her eyes as the feel of his touch came rushing back with memories of their nights spent together. But Gaara, a malicious smirk on his face, peered down at her as though curious. What would a goddess know about earthly matters? AI looked down and shook her head. I am not a goddess, she replied slowly. Then, his hand dropped from her face as AI looked at him with sorrow. Did he really not know her? You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I once knew. Her heart broke a little. Have you so easily forgotten me? She asked him. When did you forsake yourself? That smirk was driving her mad. Was he not taking her seriously? Was he that inebriated? She stood with a huff. You hold the title of Kazekage with all the honor of a coward. Gaara stood fuming. A coward? Love gave herself up to the unfairness of your elders in the hopes you would succeed. In the hopes you would stay true to your word and become a respected Kage. Your fate hangs in an uneven balance because of your own actions, because of your selfishness, your self-pity, your shamelessness. AI walked away from him as his eyes became round, shocked by her words. Goddess. I am not a goddess. AI turned, picked up a glass bottle, and smashed it against the desk. Gaara jumped as the shards of crystal flew out into the air, as the liquid sprayed the oak of his desk, picking up a shard as the night breeze thundered into the room. AI cut her ring finger on her left hand. She held it up to him. See, I bleed. I am human. Gaara's eyes attempted to focus on the blood that trickled down the finger of her outstretched hand, but memories were flooding his brain. Yashimura holding his hand out to him, telling him something important, his uncle's last breath on the roof. AI the night she rescued him from Shuka. The image of that girl filled up his mind. Her terrified eyes, soft lips, delicate white robe. The Kazekage's eyes focused on the face behind the hand. Was it her? How could it be? Those eyes were not terrified. They were strong, full of confidence, beckoning him into her. She stood in dark silk, the kind a lady of a manor would wear, gold bands around her wrists like an aristocrat. But still, her face was so familiar. Pushing aside her hand, Gaara moved close to her. I know these eyes, he whispered softly, bringing his face close to her as though to inspect her. I know these lips. He put a hand to her forehead and brushed a scar beneath her hairline, watching as her eyes gloss over, filling with tears. "This mark is mine," he muttered and smoothed his fingertips over her scar, underneath her veil, up to her hair. "There," he tugged a little. "This hair is mine," she gasped as he pulled her hair, and the Hokage, his opal eyes narrowing on her lips, had a sudden wave of recollection. "Each breath you take is mine to give." Their eyes met. A tear fell from her eyelashes. "Have you so easily forgotten me?" Hearing her voice, Gaara's face fell, as he realized he had been in her presence this evening, and had not taken notice of who she really was. He pulled her into fierce embrace. They pulled apart as he kissed her forehead, her veil falling from her head. "Gaara," she smiled gently. He moved down to kiss her, but Ai caught that sickly sweet smell of alcohol and turned her face away from him. Gaara, ashamed of himself, released her from his grip. "Am I that repulsive?" he asked. "Only your habits." She moved away from him as he went to sit at his desk again. Ai moved to be in front of his desk so they could talk properly. They could not have a relationship like before. They could not be so close for fear of censure if anyone found them. Their relationship had to remain distant and hidden. "Where have you been, Ai?" he asked as she took a seat in front of his desk as though she were a politician, ready to discuss the goings-on of the village. "In a Hakanozu that neighbors the village of Rain," she answered. Gaara, who was experiencing more of the world and the people in it of late, knew what this meant. But he took in her clothes, her makeup, her gold jewelry, and raised an eyebrow. "You don't dress like a house girl," he commented. "I stay there." And I whispered to the floor, for the two were trying to make as little eye contact as possible. To look at each other was painful. "I work as a private tutor in a kingdom not far from here." Gaara smiled. That was a good life for a girl like her. Safe, steady, it would keep her out of anyone's eye. "A tutor?" he asked, his smile broadening as Ai nodded with a small laugh. Both could not quite believe where she had ended up. "Where they call you madam and serve you tea?" Ai grinned. "Yes. You've moved up in the world." Gaara reached over his desk to take her hand, but Ai simply shot his a look. What good would holding hands do now? Gaara noticed her stare, and withdrew his hand. "Do you like it?" Ai sighed. "What's not to like? This life is a different life. Big palaces of which I am an esteemed member. I do not hide. I do not fear. Grand lectures, great debates." "Lectures and debates?" Gaara stood, and walked around his desk. "You don't sound like the village girl who danced for a living." Ai nodded. "Because I am no longer her." Ai's smile faded as Gaara leant down to her. Her heart began to beat a little faster. His eyes were looking at her so intently, studying her, the same look he would give her when he would beg her to be the first to give in. That devilish smirk played on his face again. "I see the pain in your eyes, beautiful one," he whispered to her. "I see the cracks of your heart along your collarbone." He watched as those deep rose-red lips parted to speak. "I see you're one of me. You are exactly the girl who left here." Standing straight, he leaned against the desk next to her, and smiled as she looked indignant. "You do not dash. See?" He grinned at her teasingly, as she raised her voice. "Always eager to argue with me." They laughed as they realized they had somehow fallen into the same pattern of bickering they had when they were together months ago. As Ai's smile faded, her face became serious. She put a hand on Gaara's thigh. "Give up alcohol, Gaara." He looked down at her, those big blue eyes full of sadness. Standing, he pushed away her hand and walked away. "No." Ai stood too, and followed him to the middle of the room. A cold breeze flew in past the drapes, and swept up around them, as the lamplights flickered. "Give it up," Ai encouraged him, "for my sake." He turned to her. "I will," he nodded. "On one condition." "Yes?" "Elope with me." Ai turned away suddenly. "What are you saying?" she whispered, not wanting to hear it. Gaara stepped in front of her, and held out his hand. "Take my hand and run away with me. Have you lost your mind, Dash?" But Gaara was relentless. He did not care for the tears rolling down her face. "Take my hand," he urged her, but Ai put a hand to his face, as her lips trembled, shaking her head. "I only want to see you safe, Gaara. I only want to help. Marry me." She turned away from him, and fell to her knees. "Only you could be this cruel." With her face in her hands, AI began to cry. With a shake of his head, wondering how he let his emotions get the better of him, Gaara knelt beside her. Cruel? AI moved her hands from her face and looked at him. His wonderful face, full of naivety and incomprehension, softened as he looked at her. I am a fallen woman, she said. I am a traitor, a whore, the servant to a teenage girl. I am no longer allowed the luxury of dreams. Why put them in my head? Her lips trembled as she asked him, and watched him bow his head in shame. I only worship you. I only breathe for the chance I may live to catch a glimpse of your shadow, Gaara. Why do you insist on making my life more unbearable than it already is? Why do you ask for the impossible? Putting an arm around her, Gaara brought her into embrace and kissed her head. I know it is impossible, he said, feeling her figure tremble beneath him. I know we cannot be together. I'm sorry. And I pulled away from him and looked up at him in earnest. Give up alcohol, she instructed. Gaara sighed as he looked down at her. Those eyes, he whispered, they can make me do anything. Then, I will give it up. For your sake. Leaning forwards, Gaara kissed the scar on her forehead. For the sake of the village, she reminded him, as he pulled away from her. We all have parts to play, Gaara. You have yours as Hokage, I have mine. Gaara put his arms around her and, slowly, raised her to her feet, watching as she closed her eyes and breathed in. She was breathing in his scent. Her head was filled with it, with the feel of his skin brushing hers, the strength of his grip on her shoulder, the feel of his breath against her cheek. I must go, she whispered. So soon? He asked, but he could tell from how she refused to open her eyes, refused to look at him, that she was fighting that familiar ache they both had been feeling for months. Yes, she opened her eyes and looked to the wall opposite them. There, a full-length mirror was hung. She could see his hungry, loving stare in the darkness behind her. Stay a while. I mustn't. I wish to speak with you. About what? Since your departure, I have found myself lost amidst 1,000 questions, he said, pulling her veil from her shoulder, revealing bare skin. The candles flickered around the room, the scent of sandalwood and rose lifting up around them. Questions? She breathed, feeling his heroic figure against the fabric of her dress. Does moonlight bend? Gaara asked, bringing his hand around her and stroking her collarbone slowly. Her head turned to him, so his lips were brushing her ear. Does it break? And what would become of me if I tried to discover its secrets? He whispered, watching her intently as her breath deepened. Her skin began to blush pink. Would it use me up until I am nothingness? Would it beg for me? And I pushed away his hand. Gaara, stop this, she said, taking a step away, but Gaara was too fast. He turned her around and pulled her in by the shoulders. You once said you belonged to me, he growled. Can I not take what is mine? And I did not want to look at him. His handsome face, those beautiful features she fell in love with. It would draw her back into the darkness with him. Stop, she breathed. Doesn't it make you curious, AI? He whispered to her, our love? How is it you are body and I am soul? She winced, hating herself for the shivers that ran along her spine, as Gaara's delicate touch ran from her face to her waist. How is it with just a glance from you, I am suddenly near heaven? My AI, he smiled softly. How is it our love will never fade? Finally, that girl with the moonlike fair looked up at him. Gaara was shocked to see anger, lust, love, recklessness, hope, all twinkling in her gaze. Don't do this, she begged him, but Gaara simply smiled that roguish smile. Stop me, he dared her. But AI could not longer hold on to her senses. She could feel her body unfurling for him, her skin beginning to burn for his touch. So she allowed Gaara to remove her veil and unwrap it from her body, revealing the black dress beneath. She was dressed in the fashion of Kodo, the cropped blouse and long skirt. At the sight of her bare torso, Gaara smiled and ran his hand along her skin. She fought so hard to deny what was happening, bit her lip to cause herself pain as though that would make the pleasure of him obsolete. Tried not to look at him, to picture something else, but it was so hard once those opal eyes locked onto hers, to see anything but him. In the golden light of the room, Gaara led her to his bed. She sat down gently as Gaara put a hand to her face, his thumb brushing her bottom lip, his mouth already watering at the sight of her. We never had a last night together, he whispered, leaning down to her, watching her close her eyes, waiting for his kiss. I hate you for making me want you like this, she whispered. He smiled softly. Isn't that the way of blood love? Enemies from lovers, lovers from enemies? He lowered himself onto her lips, and the two lovers gasped as a spark of electricity passed between them. As though savoring the taste of each other, the two opened their mouths gently, caressing with their tongues, pushing harder with their lips, growing restless, wanting more. Gaara pulled away suddenly. Pain? His hand moved from her face to her hair, which he pulled on gently, making her gasp as her fingers found their way to the buttons of his cloak. From pleasure? Gaara placed a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth. I woke and dressed quickly. The dawn was steadily approaching the horizon, and her carriage would be waiting for her. Wrapping her scarf around her, she found she could not look back at him as he dressed, preparing for the working day. The sun was lighting up the room. The heat of the desert was reflecting off the mirrors in his room, sparkling, filling the room with warmth. She could hear the pots banging in the kitchen as servants prepared breakfast for the guards. She went to leave the room, but found her veil was held taut behind her. Gaara! She giggled and turned back to him. Let me free. But her smile faded as she saw Gaara's serious look, the pain in his eyes. I thought last night was a dream, he said, pulling her by her veil towards him. You're really here, aren't you? The Hokage pulled his first love into embrace. I must leave soon, I reminded him. I know. He kissed her forehead. I won't return again. Don't say that. Upon hearing him say this, I sighed and looked him straight in the eye. You know we cannot go on in secret. She kissed his cheek softly and took a step away from him. I know. He nodded at her. I love you. I smiled at him. The courtesan was cut off as Gaara suddenly pushed her away from him. His sand erupted from its gourd by his desk, coming between them. I stumbled and regained her footing. Shocked by what had happened, she looked up to Gaara, who was half covered by sand. What was that? Her eyes focused on the sand to see an arrow was caught by it. Someone had fired an arrow through Gaara's window. They were under attack. Gaara. Did I even come close? I felt her heart stop as she heard the Hokage's bedroom door open behind her, and a familiar voice call out to them. No, it couldn't be. As though in a daze, with glassy eyes, I turned around. Gaara, did you see me coming? A face I knew